Finally.
You're silly.
Is it going?
Yes.
You gotta wait about 3 seconds.
I think it's been 3 seconds.
Oh. Anyway, so what's up, everybody? Thanks for clicking this video. Thanks for tuning into my channel. My name's Simon Hill, Black American from Louisiana, here with my beautiful wife, out here in Budapest, Hungary. It's a Sunday tradition, live with AKDI. You know how we do it. It's going to be a crazy one. We got a lot to talk about. But before we do that, AKDI, how was your week?
It was okay.
Yeah.
Like, I'm on a holiday right now, so I'm just chilling.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just doing computer stuff.
What is computer stuff?
Like editing videos and
videos.
Like doing my classes and stuff. I'm just chilling.
Oh, this is a great time to plug it. Backpack Bandits. I'm gonna put it in the chat. Y'all know what time it is. Backpack Bandits. Y'all go check out our channel. We just dropped a new video today of us being in Mombasa, Kenya, going to the beach, eating fish samosas, teaching little African kids how to play guitar on the beach, which I wish I spoke about in the video because they could not get it. Like, they could not get it at all.
Yeah, they're kids, Simon.
Yeah,
and
but
they probably didn't play guitar before.
I literally took their fingers and like put them on the strings and like here and just and they're like, I don't know if they were trolling.
I don't know, but you just looked so cute from afar because I couldn't hear all of the bad guitar sounds and all that. So you looked cute.
Okay.
You look like a zaddy. So
really?
I got a little baby fever there.
Wow, that's funny. That's funny. But yeah, excuse the zestiness in that video. Like when I was watching the video, low key, I was acting wild zesty. I don't know.
What do you mean zesty?
Like zesty, like, you know, acting like kind of gay, just to be blunt and frank with you. Like acting kind of gay because like I was like twerking at the beginning of the video. I was like doing weird dances on the beach, but I was nice the entire time we were in Kenya. Like,
yeah, and definitely like also during that time when we were in Bamburi, because like everywhere you look there are pubs and alcohol there.
Yeah,
it's not like the downtown Mombasa where like you can't find any alcohol barely.
Yeah,
and there's just like more, you know, I don't know. I guess it's more touristic. Like it's closer to the beach and people are just like drinking and stuff. So it's kind of hard to not drink in Mombasa.
Yeah. That
part of Mombasa.
Yeah. And I would say that was also sort of like the case in Tanzania too. Like there's a lot of places to drink in Africa. And I think, I don't know, it's like good if you want to party, but it's kind of sad because I feel like maybe alcoholism is like a big problem there in Africa, probably.
I mean, every country has pubs and stuff, so
yeah, but
how's that different from like Budapest, like center?
No, it's like the same. Yeah. It's the same. There's alcoholism in every country, especially where we are, like in Eastern Europe. Yeah. Any former communist Soviet country has a bunch of drunk uncles, stuff like that. Yeah. Like when I went outside today, I got approached by some kids that asked me to buy some alcohol.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So, you know, and at that store down the street from where we live, there's people like always in there drunk too.
Yeah, they're drunk and probably high too on something.
But in Africa, I think there are probably a lot more like liquor stores just everywhere though. Because like on Bamburi, like every street was a bar and that was like a, you know, working class neighborhood. I don't know. I just feel like that's it. I hate to bring down the energy, but that's something I think about.
I mean, I understand. I feel like when we were like in Arusha in Tanzania, and when we went to every time we went to that club, it was sort of like, you know, just young people in their like 20s and 30s, just like having fun, having drinks after work and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I didn't feel like it was just like everyone just like, you know, zombie drinking.
Yeah.
It was like sort of what happens everywhere around the world. Like pubs are full. People like drinking.
I mean, I don't remember seeing like, you know, drunkards like in the street, like winos at all hours and stuff like that. I'm just saying it's a lot. And whenever there's a lot of bars and it's easy to get, there's going to be a lot of that.
I mean, I would say it would be rare or unexpected to see like kind of drunkards out in at least like Kenya and Tanzania, because I feel like that's kind of against the social norm.
Yeah, because there's a lot of Muslims there.
Yeah.
And a lot of Christians. People are just hella religious.
You would see a lot of people like begging for like money and food in Turkey, but rarely begging for like alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you would still see it, but it's like
they're not gonna say I need money for alcohol.
Yeah, some of them do. Some of them are just like really honest.
Really?
But maybe you will see like I've only seen like 2 times in my whole life. living
I
in
mean,
Turkey.
when I was in Turkey, of course, I don't know what people are saying, but I feel like I got a good sense on who's a crackhead, who's a wino. You know what I mean? And I feel like the homeless people there were like a lot of crazy people, like just a lot of crazy people, and maybe some drug addicts.
Yeah.
From my recollection.
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna take out my gum.
Okay. All right, that's fine.
I'm coming. Anyway, continue.
I'm just waiting on you. You could have just took it out here.
Well, I didn't have anything to put it on.
It's all right. Anyway, speaking of alcohol, we're out here. We're going to try something here in Budapest called Unicum. And I think it's a type, it says Shilva. And I don't know what Shilva means.
But this is a plum.
Okay, so I think this is something maybe like rakia, like what they eat and drink in Serbia and stuff like that. So maybe it's like a type of brandy or something like that. But it has a bit of a thick viscosity because, like, when I poured it, it didn't pour out like how vodka does or how can I say this? Like other liquids.
It's not watery.
It's not watery. It's a bit thick. You know what I mean? I've never drunk it. Somebody said it tastes like
Jägermeister.
Like Jägermeister. Yeah. It's black and it has a sort of sweet smell too.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is not an advertisement. I haven't done any ads on my channel. My channel will never get advertisements. Okay. But cheers.
Cheers.
Well, you got to look me in the eyes.
Okay. This again.
Yeah, come on. Cheers. Nazdravie. Sherefe.
Cheers. Oh, we said that.
Saha. Maisha Metafa.
Jivoli. I don't know the Hungarian one. I forgot.
I forgot it too.
The dragon language.
Like dragon language and Georgian one. All right, now we go. Okay. I don't know how to describe that. You want to give it a shot?
I want to say, okay, it's like very sweet.
Yeah, it goes down very smooth.
Yeah.
It's not like that bitter aftertaste.
Don't mind my face. I do that with everything.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say it's kind of tastes like Jägermeister mixed with a little bit of Sprite.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I would define it.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's not as much like spices in it as in like Jägermeister.
Mm-hmm.
It's a bit milder.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. It's okay. Like, I wouldn't drink it every day, but it's fine.
I definitely feel like it opened up the back of my nose and stuff
now
like that.
I feel the burning a little bit.
It is going down and giving like a slow burn feel, like it's right here for me right now. And definitely this is something that will creep up on you. Like if you just think you can just down this is something that's very strong. Probably has a very high alcohol percentage. I'm not sure. About 34.5%, which is a little less than like the average vodka or like whiskey.
I think, like they're usually 40%, right?
Yeah, something like that. And so, yeah, it's cool. And we're going to be sipping on this. And we're going to try not to curse in this live stream.
Why?
Because YouTube is hating on me for no reason. Like, they marked all the movie reviews we did where we're just talking about movies as unadvertiser friendly.
Yeah, well, YouTube is ads. Like that.
YouTube be hating on me. Did they do that for any Backpack Bandits videos? Well, it's not monetized. So
we don't know yet. I mean, I try to beep, but then sometimes I just forget or I feel lazy to beep them.
Mm-hmm.
But most of the time, if we're cursing in it too much, I try to beep them.
Yeah.
But we just say like the regular old slur words. Like it's not like we're going at it like for hours and minutes and stuff like that.
We're just chatting.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, we'll try. I'll just say F.
We'll try, but I feel like it's gonna get really heated because we got a lot to talk about.
Okay.
But before we do, I want to open up this stream. So like a few weeks ago, I would say about 2 weeks ago, I went on live solo to like air out one of my ex like collaborators or like YouTube buddies, like Tim, like Tim, the guy in Rwanda. He was making like back to Africa content and like content talking about an African future that's better for people and stuff like that. Yeah. And I sort of aired him out, and then I didn't talk to him after that. In fact, I never spoke to him about the whole thing. Now, let me ask you, was I wrong for not calling him up first or speaking to him? Like, in your honest opinion, like if somebody is saying something that I really, really dislike and I confront them about it before and then they continue to do that, should I still try to talk to them, or when is it okay for me to like, cut ties and just say, there's nothing I can do for this person?
Like just honestly thinking, in my opinion, like if he did something that you didn't like and then he continued doing that, then I think you should have like been out of the group already, because like if you talk to him about it and then he still wants to do it, obviously like he has the freedom to do whatever he wants as a person, but you also have the freedom to like not be in contact with him. So I feel like that's what you should have done way before.
Like left way before. But like, sometimes people make mistakes or they say things that are very hurtful, and then you talk to them and you feel like they've learned from it or they know why it's wrong what they said.
Yeah, but you said he did it again.
Yeah, like he did it again,
and then talking the way like you didn't appreciate it.
Yeah.
So like, okay, so if he's doing like again and again, then yeah, like maybe like you shouldn't be in the same, atmosphere with this person, because obviously you don't like how he's talking or something like that. You might like him like as a person. I don't know. You might still think like some of his work is good, and you can tell him that, but you can also say like, but I don't appreciate like this other stuff you're saying, so I might just have to leave. Right. Just for like your sake and my sake.
I mean, should I not take it so personal that somebody might have, different views about Blackness? Because I feel like, you could have a different perspective on how we move forward as a people. But I feel like, in my opinion, like when it comes to who we are as a people, as like Black people, it should be like set in stone. We have no faults in us. There's nothing wrong with us. There's nothing wrong we did. And so if you're saying that sort of stuff, for me, it's like, I kind of take that a bit, as an offense. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, well, yeah, I do think some values should be like just in general true for everyone. Like what you said, like, slavery wasn't a choice. Black people are like just great as other people and all that. And we shouldn't like accept racism and all the other stuff. Like some of the stuff should be general, yes. But then like you can't really control what other people feel or think. So yeah, I do feel like you shouldn't react to it that strongly.
Right.
You can, but if you want to do that, then you shouldn't be like in the back of your head, if you're going like, should have I talked to him? Then maybe like, yeah, you probably should have.
I mean, let me put it back on
because you like when we were first watching that interview of the comedian
Cat
Williams.
Yeah.
Like we were discussing about like, how you don't like, Black people going at each other in front of other people, especially white people and stuff like that.
Right.
So like, yeah, that's why I feel like if you're, protecting that idea, then you should have spoken to him in person, and you could have told him like, I'm going to do a video about this, whether you like it or not, because that's honestly how I feel. And I'm just giving you a heads up. And if you want, like, you can unsubscribe or something. I don't know.
I mean, I get you, but let me ask you this. Would you even dignify hanging out or talking to like, a Turkish person who believes that, Turkey should be a Muslim country? Like they need to start following the Quran, and all these, people who are not, practicing Islam are not really good Turkish people. Would you even try to like even talk to that person? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but that's not how you guys started though. Like, okay, if I had like something in common with a Turkish person who also thinks like the complete opposite of me.
Let me say, you meet a Turkish person that says, I hate Erdogan. And you say, oh, I hate Erdogan too. And then y'all reach out, y'all start talking and building. And then you find out the reason this person hates Erdogan is because he's not Muslim enough.
Yeah.
How would you even still deal with
I
that
don't even
person?
know if that's that much Muslim is possible. But
he's like, Erdogan's not going far enough.
I mean, if I'm going to do an expose on them, then I would just say, like, I wouldn't have a full-on conversation with them, honestly. I would just say that I'm going to do an expose and you just have to take it. Because this is your idea, and if you truly believe in your idea, then you can defend yourself on your own. And I honestly feel like you represent, like, certain people who think like this, and I don't like this way of thinking for my own community. So it's not like personal, but it is kind of personal. So I'm just like, I'm gonna put it out there just so you know. It's like, so it's not like a conversation, but it's kind of like consent, or not consent, but just like letting that person know.
Right. I mean, I don't know. With people like that, I just get bad vibes from it, you know. Just even entertaining those ideas. This is why I don't bring people on my channel to like debate or argue, because I don't even want people to even, you know, think that is a valid argument. I
Mhm.
do think that it's important for some people to fight those ideas and wage war on them, but
Yeah.
that's not me as a person. Like I don't even have
Yeah.
time for that.
I also think like it was the same kind of for you. Like you don't personally have any vendetta against him. Like he can do whatever he wants with his life as
Mhm.
far as you're concerned.
Mhm.
But I feel like your vendetta was like, you know, people who think like him
Yeah.
and then show off to be something else.
Yeah.
So I think that's why you were so hot. And
Right.
you know, because he was also like one of your contacts,
Yeah.
it kind of got personal.
Right. I mean, yeah, you know, I feel like I kind of took it as a given that any black man who came from another country, especially if you're coming from the UK, Canada, America, and you're talking about African futurism or the idea of a better Africa or a better world for black people, I kind of take it as a given that already you love black people. Because who's going to give up living in America or living in the UK to go live in Rwanda or Kenya or Ghana? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I just find it odd that those two ideas can exist in one person. And that's so confusing to me. How do you think that black culture is ghetto, or that black people have done something wrong that keeps us in our situation today? Yet you want to move to the countries where there are the most poor black people, where there's the most violence, the most homicide.
You get one? Ghetto.
The most ghetto,
guess,
literally the ghetto. Like if there was I have never been in more ghetto of a situation than the entirety of Tanzania.
Yeah.
Tanzania is like the most ghetto I have ever felt in my life, bro. Yeah. Like everything was so hood in Tanzania.
Yeah, like I didn't read the whole. I kind of read the conversation and I read the video that Tim sent to the group.
You watched the video.
I watched it, and like I don't want to get involved in like a black conversation while like
no, give your
all
opinion.
Black people, but
give
it
your
was
opinion.
Crazy.
Give your opinion. Is black culture ghetto? And if it is that a bad thing? But whatever. Like, what did you see?
Like, so first of all, I watched that video, and then I kind of went through like this wormhole, because after I watched that video, like a whole bunch of other suggestions came up suggesting like black people are this or that, or like, are we the problem, and stuff like that. So yeah, and then I also went into the wormhole and researched like, okay, where does ghetto come from? And obviously, like you can guess, it comes from Jewish people. Right.
Because they were captured by the Nazis and forced to live in a certain community.
So like right off the bat, ghetto is not something that's like, how can I say this? It's not something to like that you create that's ratchet. It's basically like created by higher people to systematically oppress you. So like, how come you're gonna say like black people are ghetto? Then you're kind of accepting that the oppression worked. I feel like.
Right.
And also, I don't know what's wrong with being ghetto. Honestly, like you said, we've been to Tanzania, and yes, we had complaints, but we also had a lot of fun. So like,
and being in the ghetto is not your choice, because literally in the ghetto, the definition is people are forced into an area.
Yeah.
And so yes, you could say black, because when they say black culture, what does that mean? Are they talking about Ethiopians? Are they talking about Somalians? Are they talking about British people? No, they're talking about Black Americans, because we are the most famous and most popular of the Black race, right? We are the forefront. We are the vanguard of these people, right? All the major heroes come from us, and we give inspiration to the world. So when they say our culture is ghetto, damn right it was ghetto. Martin Luther King came from the ghetto. Malcolm X came from the ghetto. Frederick Douglass was born a slave and lived in the ghetto. Like, what are we talking about here? Like,
Yeah, exactly. And if the other way of not being ghetto is going to be like copying what the oppressors were doing, copying what the white supremacists were doing, the same people who like literally enslaved Black people and, treated them badly,
right?
Still like racism is still a thing. So you're just going to copy those people who caused all of this.
Yeah.
Like I would much rather like be ghetto than do that.
Yeah.
Honestly, like,
Yeah. So you disagree with the idea that, because what he's implying is that black culture is bad, that there's something bad in it. Do you find anything bad in our culture? Just keep it absolutely real.
On the top of my head, no, but I'm not. I'm not also gonna say like, oh, every culture is good and perfect and stuff like
Right.
that, because every culture has effed up shit in there. Sorry, that okay.
Every time you curse, you gotta take a shot.
It's so hard.
It is hard. It is
Okay.
really hard. No, every culture has problems, definitely.
Oh, sorry, yeah.
No, damn,
Yeah.
oh, don't forget that, man. Oh, I think I cursed too.
No, but yeah, like every culture has some problematic stuff, obviously. So I'm not gonna say black culture is also perfect, but yeah, like I don't think there's anything wrong with being ghetto. For all it is, like being ghetto is kind of fashionable right now, because that's where like the mainstream is going to with music and how people dress and stuff.
But let's keep it real. Like, what the people that hate us as black people call everything we do ghetto. You could be Michelle Obama, and then Michelle says, I don't want to wear a perm anymore. I want to put my hair in box braids or something. They're going to say Michelle Obama's ghetto. Like, you could be Taraji P. Henson or Halle Berry, and you come outside wearing a hair bonnet, and they're going to call that ghetto just because it's something associated with us as a people.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Nothing we do, even if we're the perfect person, is going to be good enough for the people that want to discriminate against us.
Yeah.
And everything that is related to black people, they call it ghetto. I mean, back in the day, they used to call anything related to Africa savage and stuff like that, right? Mm-hmm. And so what are we going to do? Throw away all the different African cultures, all the millennia and centuries that the Igbos did it this way, the Hausa did it this way, and different stuff like that? Like, no, like we should just be ourselves and comfortable in ourselves and not hate on ourselves, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And once again, like, I don't exactly know. Like, in the video, this person the woman who did the video was kind of showing like old pictures of black people, like wearing, suits and dresses and stuff like that, like hats and all that. But like, she didn't say, oh, we should imitate like white people. But
that's what you're implying.
The thing is, like, at that time, I feel like that's what those black people were doing, because that was sort of like the only escape to be accepted by the society or in the workplace and stuff like that. And that was like the only option.
Right.
So like, how come you're going to want to go back in time and just like have that passive aggressive sort of like, I don't know, racism,
right,
like inflicted on you, and expect to be still treated like not black?
Right. This is actually a very important thing, and I don't think anybody's ever spoken about this before or even really given thought. How come like 60, 70 years ago, everybody wore like suit and ties and nice dresses and nice clothes when they were going outside? Did you ever think about that? Why?
No.
Okay.
Not really.
First and foremost, number one, it was mostly the fashion of that time, and most societies were very conservative. So like, when you step outside, you had to present yourself to the world because you didn't know who you were going to see in your small community, right? And there was a lot more interaction with people face to face. We didn't have this, digital world where we work in and stuff like that. And the second thing is, fast fashion wasn't invented then. So we didn't have like JCPenney or what's it called, H&M or Forever 21 and all the brands where every season it's a new collection of clothes.
Yeah.
Like back in the day, people literally had like 7 pairs of pants and 8 shirts that they kept for 5 years.
Yeah.
And what they did was, instead of buying a new pair of jeans every time yours rips in the crotch because you got a lot of meat, they would go to the tailor. When we were in Africa, there were tailors everywhere. Did you notice that?
Not really.
I noticed that when we were staying in Banbury at that apartment, that first apartment we stayed in.
There was a tailor.
There was a tailor there, right? Yeah. And there were tailors all over the place, because then, or at least in a lot of developing countries, it's much cheaper to fix your clothes than to buy new clothes.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of tailors in Turkey too.
You have tailors in Turkey, and what they did back in the day was your clothes would get fixed. And so people wore nice clothes because they would get constantly fixed over and over again. And there wasn't this idea that every year there's a new fashion trend that you have to follow.
Yeah.
People just wore the same stuff over and over again, and it never actually changed. So that's why when we look in the past, it's not like Martin Luther King was, if Martin Luther King was around today, he'd be in J's, saggy jeans, hat turned back and stuff like that.
Dressed like Dave Chappelle.
Probably dressed like Dave Chappelle and have a Black Lives Matter t-shirt and still be talking the same energy.
Yeah.
So we don't need to look at the past and just say, oh, those people were respectable because that's how they got their freedom, or that's what they were thinking to get their freedom. They were wearing that because that's all they had at the time.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's true. Like, it was just like a condition. Because, yeah, like now that you said, thinking about it, like in the 1930s and stuff like that, it was so fashionable to wear hats in Turkey because before like the Republic was established, people were wearing fez. So to abolish that, they invented, okay, so we're just going to wear hats, like the cylinder hats. And then, like, you know, if you didn't wear a hat, basically you were not like a gentleman or something like that. And now nobody wears a hat like that.
Yeah, exactly. Like following those like European fashion trends too. That was like popular all throughout the world. And that's what people were doing. And actually, it was like very recently that people started wearing like athletic clothes and athleisure and stuff like that. Like I taught a class. And basically, there's this photo. I wish I could pull it up. Maybe I could find it on my phone. Like these British guys used to always wear suits throughout the year, right? And there's this picture of this guy who's a part of the men's athletic club. And what they wanted to do was encourage men to do sports. So wear clothes that are more fitting and relaxing so you can exercise after work and do like, you know, keep your body active. Because if you're wearing a suit, you can't do that. You get what I'm saying? And, you know, this is just like how the world has changed. Like fashion, we are still the same respectable people, even if we wear, you know, street clothes, like what we consider street clothes today. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand. And once again, I just want to say, like, those stuff is now popular. Like people out here, like on red carpet wearing sweatpants and stuff like that, just because they got like Dolce & Gabbana printed on them. Like it doesn't mean it's not a sweatpant. And this stuff is like just, you know, being normalized because now, you know, if you think about it also, like all the sort of cool and rich CEOs, like, I don't know, Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, all of those, like, I've never seen those guys in a suit. I don't know. Like, I feel like every time I see them, they're wearing a t-shirt and jeans. Yeah. So, like, it's just how consumerism works and also, like, the needs to do stuff differently, basically. Like, you have different priorities. So, yeah, like, at that time, working was a priority for most people, just like working 9 to 5, making money, you know, the American dream and all that. So, and specifically like Black people, they didn't have generational wealth. So they had to like start from zero. So everybody was just like working super, super hard. So they were wearing the working clothes, which were suits. But now working clothes can be like literally anything. Exactly. Depending on what area you work in.
Exactly. All right. So enough on that. I tried to find the picture of the guy, but I wanted to show you like what Tim wrote to me because he sent me a message and honestly, I did not read it. I didn't read it because I don't like negative energy. I woke up one morning and I was like, let me get to work. This is the last message he left to me and I want you to read it out loud.
10 days ago.
It's 10 days ago, but still like read it to me so then I can respond to it.
Okay. He said, so you have no problem using our private correspondence to make a whole video of content about me in which you use my full name, but now you're shy about confronting me. Last time I checked, we called people who talk to everyone, but the person they have the issue with, a sniveling coward.
What type of British insult is that?
Read it with a British accent.
A sniveling coward. I guess I'm a sniveling coward. A sniveling coward. I'm not a coward. I'm just like not fucking with you. Oh, take a shot. Take a shot.
We saw that coming.
Go ahead.
Keep on preaching the victim narrative to your paucity of viewers.
What is a paucity? Oh, paucity is a small amount. These are such viewers. British insults. These British insults are hilarious.
While you go silent on actual solutions to improving your people's situation, in parentheses, look at the comments of your expose. All of them are either asking you for solutions or aren't 100% with you on your conduct. Please take that video down.
No, I won't take that down. And what a very British insult. I feel smarter and better about what I did, seeing the Britishness come out of him. I feel like he would slap me with a handkerchief
Wow.
if he saw me. I feel like he would take off his bowler hat right then and there.
You're silly.
Yeah.
What do you think?
I'm not ashamed of what I did, and I feel no reason to talk to somebody who hates on Black people. Once again, he has proven himself to be a conservative because he's using those conservative talking points, victim mentality, find solutions. We are talking about solutions anytime I did political content on my channel. And every time I talked about it, every time I talk about a problem, I always talk about a solution, or I'm pointing out a wrong that needs to change. And I never once said that I have all the answers for everything, but I know what's right and what's wrong, at least in my opinion.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, saying anything about our people as negative is wrong. And you jumping in the comments, Tim, because the only person that said that there was something wrong with what I said was one person. And I suspect it was him. So I don't buy that at all. Anyway, that's what I have to say about that.
Okay. Well, I'll just say this. Like, I do think that you should have talked to him before. Not like talk, but just let him know like this was coming. That's the only thing that I think you should have done before doing the video. I don't think there was anything wrong with doing a video like this. I really hate when people think you're playing the victim because honestly, I don't see that ever in any of your like videos. If anything, I feel like you're like the opposite of victim, whatever it is. I don't know. Not victim.
The perpetrator.
Not the perpetrator. No.
The perpetrator of violence.
Not the perpetrator, but it's just like you go really hard and you're like very passionate about what you say and think and do. I feel like that's not a role of victim. Victim is someone who's like just whining about, you know, how bad they've been treated. Right. And I feel like you don't do that ever. So I really hate when people use that.
Yeah. No, I don't. Do you see me live my life as a victim? Do I run around the house saying, woe is me and stuff like that?
No.
If I was a victim, could I keep us in this house? Could I make sure the lights are on? Could I pay my bills? Could I do any of that if I just was like, oh, woe is me. I'm a Black man. And I'm a Black man in a white ass country right now. And do I act like a victim?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. The thing is, like, I don't know. If you really like wanted to be a victim, like we wouldn't be like traveling around Africa and then also like critiquing there too,
right,
and stuff like that.
Right.
So like if you were a victim, you would go there and be like, oh, like, you know, everyone is great and everything is so like chill and stuff like that. But you're just like speaking your truth, and it doesn't have anything to do with being a victim.
The only people that have victim mentalities are the ones who continue to try to victimize us for what we've been through, as in saying that there's something wrong with us, or that, you know, the past is the past and we need to move on. No, we're going to continue to learn about our history. We're going to continue to point out every single wrong that ever happened. Because if I'm a victim, if I have a victim mentality, Martin Luther King had a victim mentality, Malcolm X had a victim mentality, and every other civil rights leader and abolitionist and person that died for me to be here today is a victim, right? And yes, by the way, I have been a victim of racism and white supremacy, and people have been mean to me. But I do not have a victim. Number one, that shit is so hateful and evil. Imagine somebody telling a woman who just got sexually abused or raped, you have a victim mentality. Don't press charges. Move on past it. Let's learn from this experience. That was so long ago.
Yeah, like you can be a victim, but you're not a victim. You don't have a victim narrative.
Right.
You're not playing the victim.
Right.
But yes, like you are a victim of racism.
Right.
Like, that's just a reality.
That is a reality. But what we do in spite of that is continue to be excellent and Black and great. We don't just say.
I feel like saying you have victim mentality is like victimizing you,
right?
Because like people are basically saying like, oh, stop whining about racism,
right?
Like, why should you if that's something that happened to you,
right?
You know,
honestly, if I really felt like everything was hopeless and I had a victim mentality, I would literally shoot myself in the head or jump off a building or kill myself, honestly, because with everything that we go through as a people, we should just be all suicidal. Every Black person should literally try to kill themselves right now if we really had a victim mentality, because of the world that we live in. That's really hateful to our life and our expression. But rather what we have instead are people who are resilient and hopeful and continue to strive. So disrespectful, and
Anyway.
I'm glad I didn't read that. And I'm
Yeah.
gonna go 10 times harder now. I actually took a week off, even though I uploaded like, I don't know, like 11 movie reviews and stuff like that. And I haven't done like any political commentary. Comments like that make me want to go like 10 times harder. So I'm gonna wake up at like 5 a.m. tomorrow morning and just do like 10 videos because I know I can. I know I can.
It's gonna be a rough morning for me.
It's gonna be a rough week because a rough year because I'm about to turn up. I'm about to turn up.
And the last thing I'll say is just like doing my little psychology thing is that like I feel like Tim realizes a little bit like how kind of weird his video was, like the video he sent. I think he realizes it because in anything that he wrote to you, he doesn't really try to defend his idea at all. And I feel like this conversation, if he's going to argue with you, should be around the idea and not like, oh, you told people about like our conversations and stuff like that, because obviously you think Simon has like a few people watching him, and that might be true.
That's very true.
Yeah, but
I suck at YouTube.
If he has like 1 or 2 people watching him, then why are you so concerned about like people knowing what you talk about? A
sniveling coward. These British people don't know how to insult anybody. You think I'm going to be insulted by like the white man's like worst insults? Hey, what are you going to say? Poppycock. That's poppycock. I'm flabbergasted, sir. Anyway, enough of that. We spent like a good 30 minutes on that. Let's jump into something else. So like the title of this live stream is Are Mixed Kids Mixed Up? And I wanted to read to you this document I found talking about that, because somebody in the last live stream we did last week asked like, where do we think is a good place to have mixed children, right? And becoming a father is something that I do consider happening like in my future, as in like I see a very high possibility because of my habits. And so like I consider, places that we could be and like
what does that mean? What the hell? My habits.
So yeah, my activities will probably make this a reality for me in the future.
Okay. That's just inappropriate.
So yeah, I think it's interesting to talk about this because, we're married, and if we're gonna have a family and expand our family, like we should definitely think about where is the best place for us to have our family, because we'll have unique circumstances, Yeah.
A Turkish Black American kid.
Right.
Like, it's gonna be crazy.
Right.
And obviously, like I do think about it too. I do wanna have a full family, I guess. Like I do want to have a child. I do want to be a mother, and I want to have a family with you. I mean, we're already a family, but you know what I mean. And yeah, I do think about it because it's like, it's very challenging because I want to give my child like something Turkish, something, Black American. And then also I want my child to, not be afraid of guns. Like how it is in America, and I want my child to like not be dictated by religious superstitions, which was what I went through in Turkey, and because our child is going to be mixed, I don't want my child to be the only like mixed or Black person in her community or his community. Basically, I want like her to have like people around her that look like her as well. Because, like, let's be honest, like, okay, yeah, Hungary so far hasn't been that racist. But if a kid goes to school here looking like mixed or Black or whatever, looking different from like white people, I feel like something probably will happen because it's school, it's kids, you have...
it's a homogenous society mostly.
Yeah,
like right now, like
I'm sure there's gonna be an incident, and I'm not like, okay, I never want incidents because it's gonna happen because we're living in this world and in this reality, but I don't want that to be something like just constantly affecting my child from a very early age. If you get what I mean.
Right. This is Simon Hill Keeps It Real, so I'm gonna just say the absolute truth.
Yeah.
What in Hungary right now, we walk outside and it is kind of diverse, but I probably don't get the feeling. I get the feeling that the diversity is mostly for adults, and like that generation of like, you know, different ethnicity or racial kids aren't coming up in Hungary. I have seen a few because of the place that I volunteer at. I volunteer at a school, trying not to dox myself
Yeah.
or get myself in trouble with the authorities. But I teach at that school for
Yeah.
kids, and there's literally like two black kids,
Yeah.
and like one Asian kid, and then like one kid who's like half white, half Asian, and stuff like that. So like Hungary doesn't have like that French society or that British society or even like that German society where like the kids there are all different backgrounds and stuff like that. It's still like mostly white and stuff like that.
I mean, I know, but I do know that there are like international schools where education is in English. So, for example, there was a lady in my class, and she's from like the Maldives, and she intended for her child to come here, and her child is supposed to like start first grade.
Mm-hmm.
So she was gonna send her to those international schools.
I wouldn't do that.
And yeah, like I'm guessing in the international schools, obviously, like there would be more diversity among children as well, because
Right.
I have seen like some, non-white looking people with babies and kids and stuff.
Right.
So I don't know.
I mean, here in Hungary, I have seen like a few like interracial couples, as in the classic interracial, blacked.com. Like that. So, like black men and white women. Like I've seen a few. Like
we are like that.
No, well, I'm not talking about us. I'm not looking in the mirror, but like Cam, right?
Okay.
Cam doesn't have a Hungarian kid, but like, his kid is half white or whatever. Yeah. And like the Nigerian guy that stays in this building, he's married to a Hungarian. And they have a baby. Yeah, I sent you the pictures.
Okay, I don't remember.
You don't remember that? Sorry. It's okay. Yeah, like a few other guys outside, just one or two. Like it happens once every 6 months. You know what I mean? And I've only been here 7 months. So it happened one time. But how can I say this? Like, damn, I had a good thought I was going to say. What were you saying
about
before?
The schools?
No, about the school. You were saying something else. About the international schools, right?
Yeah.
And the English, right? Yeah. I got to say, like, the international schools are like just all a big scam. That's like the biggest part of like the ESL teaching thing.
I heard it was like 400 euros a month? Sorry.
A month?
I think.
So for 3 months, that's $1,200 or 1,200 euros.
If I'm not mistaken, it should be something like that.
Interesting. I mean, that is kind of a lot of money, but once again, it's a scam. And mostly they're targeting people that want their kids to be like native English speakers because they want to put the English in them early. But as long as I'm around, they're going to be speaking English. They're going to be speaking.
Yeah, I mean, we speak English in the house.
Right.
So obviously they're going to pick up that.
But what are you going to do when I learn Turkish? And I start swearing all around the house.
No, I'm gonna teach Turkish to my kids, and we're gonna be talking without you understanding us.
No, I'm gonna learn.
I'm gonna be like, yeah, your dad's this and your dad's that, but you're not gonna understand.
No, you're not talking crap about us. No, I'm gonna learn. I'm gonna learn quick, and I'm gonna turn into the real Turkish dad.
Anyway, I would try to like teach them Turkish as best of my ability.
Mm-hmm.
Like for example, my uncle is like married to this Russian lady,
mm-hmm.
and they've been like living in all types of countries. Like they've lived in the States, they've lived in Spain and Russia and
mm-hmm.
Turkey.
Mm-hmm.
So the kids speak like English, Russian, and now like they're getting like Turkish lessons
mm-hmm.
on the side, and
mm-hmm.
they're actually like really speaking really good Turkish. Like every time I see them talking to my grandma, they're like just talking like normal,
okay.
Tourists who knows Turkish.
Right.
They still have an accent and stuff.
Okay.
But now they're like trilingual.
Okay.
And I feel like that's really dope. And
I mean, I would want them to learn Turkish, but I would also want them to teach me so I could be in the conversation.
Yeah,
y'all ain't gonna exclude me.
Don't worry, we'll teach you.
I don't want to be on the outside looking in. I'm gonna learn.
I'll teach all of you together.
There we go. That's the way.
So yeah, but then also I'm thinking like, okay, so if let's say we start our family here, they're also gonna be learning Hungarian
mm-hmm.
because we would probably send our kid to not like a private international school, maybe.
Man, go public school. Man.
Yeah, and probably like go to the public route because
right.
it's probably will be free.
it will definitely be free. And on top of that, like the education I feel like they would get here would be better. I'm sure the Hungarian people, if they watch this video, are going to jump in the comments and say, no, Hungarian public education is horrible and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Everybody says that about their public schools. I think a part of a child's education is what they learn at school and also what they learn at home.
Yeah.
And like the reason I am this not smart is because my parents like made me watch the news, made me read books, made me read the newspaper, had magazines always in the house and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So that environment, you know, is a part of it too. You can't just expect society to teach your kids everything.
Yeah,
you got to talk to them.
Plus, like, I don't know. I would rather like send my kid to a free school, which is a public school, and then it like for the money that I would pay to the private school, I would like get him some lesson, maybe like a musical instrument or like whatever, you know, my kid is interested in. It's either like sports, music, I don't know, theater, whatever. Right. I would like rather spend that money on a course, like something outside of school.
Right.
So my kid would have like just more exposure to, you know, stuff.
Right. And just to keep it real though, and I hate to even bring this up because this sort of makes the hateful people that jump into my comments that attack us sometimes. This is one of the things they say. But if you and I have a kid, right, they're gonna be like a little bit lighter than me, but darker than you. And somebody might confuse them for being, and I hate this word, a gypsy or something like that, or Romani looking, something like that. And so far, the thing that I like about Hungary is that the whites don't really dislike, you know, at least they are not outwardly anti-black in Hungary, but they are very, very anti-gypsy, anti-Romani. Like they're hateful towards other citizens who just happen to be darker. Yeah. And so that would be my only concerns. Like, Daddy, why they keep calling me gypsy? I have no answer for that. I know how to tell them about like the N-word or whatever else. But when it comes to gypsy, I'm like, I don't know what to say. I need some new education.
Who's the gypsy friend?
Yeah, who's the gypsy Martin Luther King? I need some speeches real quick. Wow. Come on, man. I need some books.
That's funny. I actually never thought about that because I don't know. I just never did. But yeah, that's interesting. I mean, I don't necessarily think it would be just like, you know, oh, you're gypsy or whatever, which is like not cool, but okay. Like, you know, there are real people who are Romanis and they're getting discriminated against. So yeah, but at the same time, maybe it will be like a bit confusing for other people because our kid might look like super Middle Eastern, or our kid might look like just black, like, you know, have a closer skin color to you, or our kid might be like super light person as well.
We sound like the British royal family.
I know.
How dark is that baby gonna be? How dark is that baby?
No, but I'm just saying, like, you know, I never actually thought about like, you know, what our kid would look like, honestly.
I think it's very likely. I've never done a DNA test, but I think it's very likely I at least have maybe like
Irish blood.
Yes, I'm definitely like there's Irish somewhere in there because, you know, Hill or whatever. But I'm probably at least like 15% European, right? If you can't tell. If you can't tell. So like, I don't know. Let's be real. Simon Hill keeps it trail. Like, me having a baby with you is like very different than you having a baby with like a very African man. Like for example, Josh. Josh is straight from the continent. That his DNA is 150% black. Like that nigga black. Like
he's not that black, Simon.
But not black as in color. Not black as in color, but black as in genetics. So the way it splits, like if you and him have a baby, right, it's gonna be 50-50. But for us, it's more like, how can I say this? Like 45, 55 or something like that. And I hate to even do this because I don't care, because regardless how they come out, they're going to be black to me. And most likely the world will treat them as black because they're going to have like black facial features and stuff like that.
And they're going to be raised like half black, half Turkish. So that's also going to be like their identity in their head. I feel like
they're going to be raised like that, but they will be mostly treated as black people. Right. So they need to be prepared for that, right?
But even like you say, Josh is like, you know, like 100% African DNA.
By the way, Josh, if you're watching, I love you, man. I'm just giving an example. I just had to give an example.
Yeah, sorry, we're like using your name.
Right, but like an African man, like a real African man, right?
Okay, so yeah, like That could turn out like
Matching the couch.
either way.
Shout out Donnie Williams. He said I'm matching the couch. That's funny. I'm mixed and I've never been confused. I did always know I was different though. Very interesting. Share your experiences about being mixed and tell us what you're mixed with, because we're really talking about everything related to what our potential half Turkish, half Black American child would be like and what they would go through and where they should be. And if you have any advice on like talking to mixed kids, let us know, Donnie. But go ahead. You were saying something.
Oh, I was saying like, yeah, even like his kid is not like super dark skinned.
Not yet, but he'll
not yet.
He'll get darker.
So
yeah.
we don't know.
Once again, we sound like the British royal family.
I know, I feel bad.
We are like
I feel like we're picking out like sperm donors.
No. So how dark is this? Let's compare the shades.
Does he play music?
Oh look, we're trying to reach the Lenny Kravitz tone.
Okay, Donnie Williams is African American Portuguese.
Interesting. All right, that's cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess maybe your dad was the African American because Williams is like a typical Black American name. But that's cool. Tell us about like growing up half Portuguese. Like, did you learn Portuguese? Did you learn about Portuguese culture? Were sometimes people in the Portuguese community like discriminatory against you? Like, share with that.
Okay, I have one question.
Go ahead.
And maybe this is just stupid, like how we're acting like the British royal family. Maybe it's just taking this further.
Okay, go ahead.
But I thought, okay, so this is what I thought. So if we have a kid, it's going to be like the continuation of your last name, right? They're going to have Hill.
They don't have to if they don't want to.
Okay, let's say they do. I don't really care, honestly. I don't mind like being the last of my surname. I don't care.
Wow.
I have like a bunch of cousins. They're gonna like do the job. But
okay.
Yeah, let's say like they're gonna have the surname Hill, and let's say we have like a boy. So that means like that boy is gonna like carry on the surname.
I honestly don't care about that stuff, but go ahead.
Okay, so our kid is like in the middle, like he's a bit lighter than you, but he's darker than me and whatever. Like he's a mixed kid. Like, would you be upset if he were to marry like a white lady and then their kids are even lighter? And I don't know. Would you be like, I don't know.
I know we definitely had this conversation before.
We did?
We had it in Ayob Sultan, and I remember that. I remember it.
Maybe we did.
No, we did, but it's a good conversation to have. Number one, I don't care about, that sort of stuff because all I can do is live my life, number one, and be with who I want to love. And, for them to be, I want them to be as happy as possible. So whether that be a Black girl, white girl, whatever, that's the most important thing. The only thing, though, if they turn out to be a coon like Tim and talk about ghetto culture, so I need to get with a white girl and stuff like that to get all this ghetto DNA out of me or whatever weird shit he might say, I'm going to be pissed. And I'm gonna slap him up. I'm going to hurt him. I'm going to hurt my son. I will literally hurt him. No, literally I will. Because I could not imagine I raised some bitch ass motherfucker like I curse. I could not imagine I raised a son that could hate his own Blackness because that is not what I'm going to teach him. I'm not going to teach him to hate himself or hate our people or say any of that sort of stuff like this guy says. You get what I'm saying?
I don't think our kid would be able to like think like that, honestly, living in our house. Because
no, definitely.
I feel like even if I don't know. I'm not saying like, oh, we're gonna be cool parents or whatever, but I just feel like at least the one thing that I can guarantee for our future child is that he or she will probably have a safe place to talk about race if he wants to, because we as a couple talk about race openly. And
generally
racism
talk about everything.
Or everything. So like I'm just saying, like in general, some topics are like just weird for children to talk about with their parents, like sexuality and stuff like that. But I feel like at least we can be like those parents who are just kind of like able to talk with their kids about certain things.
Absolutely. I'm gonna jump into this comment from Donnie Williams. Donnie said, "No, mother was born in Hawaii. We had a lot of Hawaiian influence as far as foods." And then there was a LOL, but I don't know what was funny. But I'm going to ask you, like, growing up a mixed kid in Hawaii, I heard that Hawaii has a lot of mixed people, specifically like Hapas, which are half white, half Asian people. And so growing up there, like, what was that experience like being in Hawaii? Did you experience a lot of like racism in Hawaii? Is it like a generally chill society? I'm very curious because I've never been to Hawaii, but I've only heard generally good things. But I've had bad experiences like with Asian people because if in my experience, like being in Hungary, if we have a kid, they're not going to have a problem with the whites in general because the white people here are just like they're okay. They're manageable.
You don't know what they think, but they don't say anything outrageous. They don't do anything outrageous.
They're manageable.
Yeah.
And they might slip up and say something crazy, but it's not the worst thing that could happen.
Yeah.
Right? But the off-whites and the Asians here are the absolute worst, in my opinion. In my opinion, they've been the worst, like in my dealings with them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that's kind of like also like a Stockholm syndrome.
Come on, psychologist.
A little bit. I'm drunk already. Anyway, but yeah, I feel like off-whites do that to appeal to white people
or make themselves feel better.
Yeah. Like I feel like they think, oh, like if we look down on like other people, specifically Black people, then like white people will love us more or something like that. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but yeah, I've definitely like felt that too.
Yeah, but if you had to pick a country right now, like that we've been to, and let's say everything is okay, money is okay, and everything is like that, but we have to pick one of the countries to live in right now with our mixed family, and let's say we have one boy, one girl. Where would you pick from where we've traveled to or where we've been? And I don't care what you say. It could be USA, it could be Mauritius, it could be Tanzania. I don't care. Okay. You have to pick one.
From the countries we've been to.
The countries we've been to, or even that you've traveled to by yourself.
Okay. Damn, it's hard. Honestly, like on the top of my head, the first country that I want to go to with my kid is Mauritius.
Okay.
And I'm thinking like, okay, they can be there until like high school, and then they can go wherever they want around the world and study like university abroad.
Right.
Honestly, like I know it's like a small island, but it's just so peaceful. And I grew up in like a small city where we had the beach. And it was touristic, like during the summer and stuff like that. And even though it was like super small, I had a great time. I had like international exposure because of the tourists and stuff like that. So I had nature, and those things just made it really good for me. I did study like high school abroad, like not abroad, sorry, in a bigger city, which is like the third like most developed city in Turkey. Yeah, which is Izmir, but.
So you would pick Mauritius.
I would pick Mauritius because of the younger years. I feel like it's such a good environment.
It's probably really chill.
Yeah.
It's probably one of the coolest places to grow up if your parents have money and like you have a good life.
And like,
you know what I mean? It's probably
I would definitely like try to travel as much as possible with my kids so that they get used to that. Yeah. And if they want to like go abroad during like high school or university, like they can go.
But it's hard to travel from Mauritius. Long ass flights, expensive tickets.
You said money was no problem.
Money is no problem. Okay. Shout out to Nelson Moreno. Shout out to you, Nelson, for jumping into the chat. Send us more movie reviews. We appreciated the suggestion for The Handmaiden. And Donnie Williams, if you have any movie requests, we're going to be doing more movie reviews too. Donnie Williams says, I'm sorry for the confusion. I grew up in California. I was saying my Portuguese mother is from Hawaii. Oh, okay. Well, what was it like in California? Same thing applies, I guess.
Yeah,
and
just give us like maybe, I don't know, pros and cons of how you felt. I know that sounds weird, but
yeah. And by the way, you know, the Portuguese are famous for frying chicken. So like, did the Portuguese mom fry chicken better than dad? Come on, you got to give that up. Because I had some Portuguese fried chicken one time and it was very good. Very good. I forgot where we were, man.
You asked me like, where would I pick right now? But what about you?
It's very hard for me to say. Very, very, very hard for me to say. Because when I think, by the way, I just said like the first country that came into my mind and kind of like went with my heart. Once again, you might think I'm crazy, but the first place that came into my mind is America. Now, I want to take that back as soon as I say that. But the reason why is because in a lot of ways, being Black in America has a lot of advantages compared to other places in the world, right? Number one, you have the economy and the opportunity. But there are so many other more negatives. Trust me. Like we can talk all day about the negatives, but I won't. But So many more opportunities and stuff like that, and also a Black community that is somewhat sort of unified in a way where our identity is not always under question, right?
Mhm.
It's not like in like Tim's home country of Jamaica where they rub bleaching soap on. We don't do the bleaching soap. We don't do like we want to be like the white man and stuff like that in America, at least. This is what I know about our people, and this is what I believe is the safest place for them to have that sort of Black pride. But I have to challenge myself, and this is where I beat myself up all the time. Am I only picking that because that's what I know Blackness could be? And this is something I've been wrestling with my mind the entire time. I think about how different would I be as a Black man in the same Black skin, as dark as I am, if I grew up in Hungary. You get what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Like, what would my experiences be like? Would I still view the society in a way that is somewhat confrontational towards me and that always needs to be challenged? Or would I be go along to get along, right?
Mhm.
Or would I have totally just, I don't know, a different outlook? You get what I'm saying? And
Are
like,
you saying like you would, let's say like, are you imagining yourself like just maybe if your parents moved here to Hungary and then had you, like you would still be an African American, but you would grow up in Hungary? Or are you just thinking that you would be Hungarian but Black?
I get, in both cases I would be Hungarian but Black, because if I lived here and moved here, right?
I guess.
Yeah, but I get the idea. Like, would I be appreciative of the fact that my parents took me out of a place that is so anti-Black, so racist, right?
Mhm.
They moved me from Louisiana to Hungary, right?
Yeah.
Would I still appreciate it that way? Would I have a broader understanding of the world? Because this is one thing I do like about Europeans and stuff like that. And generally, most other countries in the world, people here are like bilingual. They travel, they know about different cultures and places and stuff like that.
Mhm.
And there is that sort of a way of having a more open mind, which a lot of Americans don't have. We only speak English. Most of us only go to Jamaica, Mexico, and Las Vegas. Like, this is the most travel most Americans do, right? You get what I'm saying? And so how different would I be as a person? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Definitely would be thinner. I'm still carrying Taco Bell weight from like 15 years ago.
But yeah, I don't know. I do think definitely like obviously all Black people like raise certain things together,
Mm-hmm.
face certain things together, but I do feel like there is some sort of generational trauma that comes from being like Black American.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, like
Mhm.
I do feel I think like Black Americans carry a certain weight
Mhm.
to make Black people great and like
Make the country great.
make a country great and basically like just, you know, fight that fight
Always.
that like all Black people should be fighting. But I feel like you guys take it upon yourselves because you like suffered the most, basically.
Also because we know that an unchecked America is like the end of the world.
Yeah.
Like, we are the ones who are keeping them from running up in Turkey and destroying the entire world. Like,
Yeah.
the white supremacists will be absolutely insane if we were not like there. If what is it, Violet Davis? Viola Davis was not there. Like, Bush, don't you press that button now. Like, there's a big Black woman that stopped and saved the world at least 5 times in human history.
Yeah. So yeah, I no, but really, like I do think it's like historically and culturally, you guys have just like a bit more pressure than the other Black people around the world. I would say. So that's why I think like if you were to grow up in Europe, in Africa, or in Middle East or whatever, I feel like you would be a little bit like less connected to your Black identity, honestly.
Yeah.
Not saying like those people are not like connected to that.
Right.
But I'm just saying like you guys carry a bit more pressure. And
also oftentimes we're not flooded in a sea of whiteness. For as Black as you think the UK is, or France is, or Germany is, the UK has 1% Black population. 1% out of, I think, about 60 million people. So it's like 6 million people. France, we don't know exactly, but some estimates say maybe 5% of France is Black. And Germany, probably less than 1%, if 1% too. Yeah. Meanwhile, we make up like 13%, and we have like communities and stuff like that. And there are almost like in some states that are mostly Black too.
Yeah.
So we have sort of more of a bond and more of a shared struggle and fight. And yeah, we have our infighting and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But there's like a consciousness and Black progressive thought within our communities, which a lot of other places don't have. That's why the UK has like so many mixed people. That's why France has so many mixed people, because a lot of times they're like, sorry, Josh, like dropped in the middle of some European city or country and just like
they have to adjust to it.
Yeah. So that's why there's like, they drop one Nigerian off in some place in the middle of Italy, and 2 generations later it's like he was never there. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
yeah. I mean, I would love my kid to like grow up in a community like African American community. Honestly, I feel like that's one of the best places for a mixed kid specifically. But then at the same time, there are like those cons that's like, obviously, the obvious ones are like gun violence and all of that, and racism and police brutality and that sort of stuff. But also like, paying like a lot of money for education and healthcare, because obviously a kid is going to get sick and a kid needs to go to school and all of that. So I don't know if it's worth it for me at the end.
I just wish we could
equation.
I just wish we could take New Orleans and put it in Switzerland. Like if we could take like Detroit and put it in like Liechtenstein. I just wish you could do that. You get what I'm saying?
Okay.
Yeah, that would be dope. But I'm gonna keep it real. We're going all the way there. What about Africa as a place for a mixed race person? Now I'm gonna say, because there will be lighter skin, all the other Africans will be like, we need to worship him. He has some white man in him. You get what I'm saying? They're gonna turn up. The Africans will think like, oh, he must be smarter. He has 3C.
Wow. Obviously, definitely that's not something that I want, or it could go that way, and it could also be like, I don't know, it could be like you have a white mom, so like you think you're better than us or something, and our kid also might get like discriminated as well. I feel
they are better than them because they came from us. We're the best, of course.
No, I'm talking because this is sort of like a very, I don't know, weird topic, like in Africans. So I don't know. I don't want my kid to feel different because, he's mixed.
Right.
Or I don't need my kid worshipped because he's mixed. Because I don't want him to have that sort of unnecessary
It could go both ways. Like they could either like, have like a much easier life because of the color complex that lives in people. And I'm sorry that I feel like I'm taking advantage of that when I know that's a problem in our people. Right. But every parent wants the best for their kid. Right. So I'm still going to want the same. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm not going to let my kid's ego grow like humongous because.
What if they turn out to be Kanye West?
No. I don't want my kid to turn out like Kanye West. I'm sorry.
Okay. But then it could also go the other way. They could be insulted because of their skin. They could be called Mazungu all day and night.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I mean, it's kids, and obviously like, I feel like wherever we go, there is a possibility of like bullying him because of his looks. So I don't know. I think like certain places, like, I don't know, if we like, let's say go to South Africa and we actually like it. And if we like find it safe and all that, I feel like that could be a good place for a mixed kid too, because, it's not America, but it's still a mixed, very much mixed, like population.
Right. And it's somewhat of a developed country.
It's developed.
And I feel like the South Africans, I don't know yet, but I feel like most of the South Africans don't have that white worshiping mindset.
Yeah, definitely, because of the past.
Because of the past. And plus they see white people all the time.
Yeah, so I don't know. It has nature, like how I grew up, like the beach and the nature. And I would assume it has good education too, since it's like one of the most developed countries in Africa. So yeah, I don't know, like a place like that would be like, I don't know, probably my first choice. I didn't say it because we didn't go there.
Well, let me ask you. Oh shit, I forgot. Man, this Unicum got me turned up, man. I'm turned to this thing. Are you tired? No? You good? All right. Damn, I was gonna say something. I mean, the very first place, if you really had to ask me, make a decision right now, it would be, and I'm gonna coin this phrase: Buddha, not pest. So like Buddha, the Buddha side is nice. And if you guys have not been to Budapest yet, it's basically two cities divided by a river, and the Buddha side is the bougie side.
Yes, Simon wants to live like the rich kids. Simon wants to be the bougie one.
I want to be bougie. I want to be on the hill because the other side is hilly. It's nice. It's cleaner. There's not a lot of drunks and stuff like that. Buddha side is nice. Pest is like, okay. It's just okay. Pest is proper.
You know, if our kid turns out anything like us, I know they're going to be ghetto. Because like we've been living in ghettos all over the world, honestly, and I love it.
Oh, wow.
I don't know. I don't have like this sort of thing about having a fancy house. Honestly, I would rather have like a big fancy house in a ghetto than to have like a studio apartment in the city apartment complex.
See, in my American mind, and we have an American audience, when you say I'd rather have a fancy house in the ghetto, the first thing I thought is, oh, you really want to get robbed. But I have to remember, like, you're thinking like European ghetto.
Yeah,
like,
I'm thinking
on the pest side of Budapest.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm thinking like in our neighborhood, for example, I've heard like people say to me like a couple of streets down our street is like one of the most dangerous places in the pest side.
Really?
And I actually walked from there because I was going to school and I wanted to take a different route.
Yeah.
And like I was walking there and some guy came up to me and said something in Hungarian and I just like ran away.
Oh, wow.
And but that's it. And it didn't really look like ghetto at all. It had a park.
Yeah.
And like it just had like it just had like a lot of Romani people. And I feel like that's why people say it's a dangerous place.
Yeah, there's that. Yeah.
But the man who came up to me, by the way, wasn't Romani. It was just like a drunk Hungarian guy.
Yeah.
Like an old Hungarian
Which
guy.
there are a lot of them. You know what I really want to find out from a Hungarian, like, do they racialize the Romani people by their skin tone, or is it by something else too, like by their last name? Because somebody might be Romani or Gypsy, but they might be like super light skinned. Like maybe you are from Hungary and you have the same color, but they would say, oh, she's Romani because of, I don't know, her hair or her last name or how she speaks Hungarian. That's what I would like to know.
I mean, like in Turkey, we also have Romani people. And in Turkey, I feel like it's usually distinguished by like a little bit by their skin tone. Like because some Romanis are like darker skinned. And obviously not all of them are darker skinned. Some of them look like me or whatever, like lighter. And I don't know. They dress a certain way in Turkey. Like you would probably wear them like something where a bit more colorful or like floral. And also like I don't know, I guess because of their condition, a bit more like raggedy. I don't know.
Yeah.
And also their accent, because they have like more of like a street talk type of way. Like they do talk a bit like,
rough.
Ghetto and rough.
Ghetto. This is where ghetto. We have to find another way.
Yes, but they talk a bit like different. They add different words and stuff like that. So that's how you would know the typical Romani. But if a person if a Romani person who's wearing a suit and is working in like a plaza, we probably wouldn't be able to tell he's Romani because also within Turkish people, you have darker skinned people. So it totally depends on like just how you present yourself, honestly.
Yeah.
If we could tell it or not.
But so can you also tell by last names if that's even a thing? No.
They have Turkish names.
They have Turkish names and everything. Okay. Interesting. Just wanted to know that. I just really wanted to know. Yeah. Because maybe you're thinking, oh, that was a white guy that came up and tried to holler at me, but other Hungarians will say, no. That's definitely not one of us.
I don't know. I was a bit scared, so I just like, skedoodled from there.
And the thing about being in Europe, at least when it comes to like the Romani stuff, like the first time I really interacted with that whole differentiation between people was in like Serbia. I was on a date at KFC with my like Palestinian ex.
The kids came up to you?
Yeah, the kids came up to me, and this is what they did. The little kids came up and they asked for my food, and I literally had like one piece of chicken left.
Yeah.
And I said, no, I'm gonna eat my chicken. And then he put his hand on my plate and picked up the chicken and said, I said, no. I got so mad.
Why didn't you give it to him?
Because it was my chicken.
So he's a kid. Just give it to the kid.
No, what was happening? I was like having like a real deep conversation with this girl, trying to get my Mac on and stuff like that.
Okay, so
and like
just give the chicken then.
Why?
Why?
Because that impresses women. Does that impress girls when guys?
Of course it does.
It does.
But that's not the point. Why are you fighting over the last chicken? You already ate the whole thing.
Because I paid for my chicken. It was expensive. It was KFC. I was trying to impress this girl. But I don't eat fried chicken no more. I want all y'all to know.
Wait, impress her by the skill of eating chicken?
No, by taking her out to KFC.
Wow, that's such a bougie place.
In Europe, it is because KFC is expensive here. It's not in the U.S.
It's still not here. Just so you know, I know. I like fast food, but it's not a fancy
She was craving it, so I was like, all right, you craving that drumstick? I'm gonna give you the drumstick.
Okay, well, we're not talking about like some chick that you went on a date with. So I'm cutting this short. But the same thing happened to us. But the thing is, like, me and my friend, when we were in Serbia, we were like broke. We were like super broke, and we had like fast food maybe like every 2 months or something because it was expensive. So we went to that like big mall in the center and went to Burger King like every 2 months, and we just like ate everything.
Wow.
And we go there.
Well, then what street? Like on Skanderberg or Skandalia? That main street?
Yeah, the main street.
There was a Burger King there?
Yeah, just opposite the park.
Okay.
In the mall.
Okay, yeah.
Anyway, so yeah. So we go into the mall and we're like, okay, so we have this money to eat everything. And then while we're ordering, and they have the screens, right? So we're ordering from the screens, and I'm getting like 5 burgers, and my friend is getting like 5 burgers, and every side and stuff like that. And then like these Romani kids come up to us, and they're like, "We're hungry, give us food." And of course, my friend is like super like, she just loves to share.
Okay.
But she also loves money too, and I'm like, I'm not doing it, so I don't know what you're doing with your money. But then she was like, okay, we have to do it. And I said, okay, we have to. And there's just one kid. So we're like, okay, it's one kid, so we can do it,
gave
right?
him one burger?
So, no, we asked the kid, like, okay, we'll get you a burger. Like, what do you want? And then he picks it. And then when we're picking it for him, like 5 other Romani kids come.
Oh, wow.
And they're like, we want it too. And now we're just like, well, F.
Yeah, you're effed up.
We had to like get all of them like a burger, and we ended up getting less for ourselves. But I mean, we had like too much to begin with, so I mean, it was okay.
Yeah, definitely don't blow your money on Burger King like that.
It's like there was one, and then we turned around and there was like 5 more, and it was like scary.
And then y'all didn't say go, shoot, run.
We couldn't, because it's like these kids are like 7 years old or something.
Right.
So it's like,
But let's say our kid did grow up in Hungary, right? And so they're around this society where people like hate on Romani and Gypsies. Like, how do we stop them from doing that? You know what I mean? Because I feel like maybe it's a bit ingrained here. It's just like in the language, in the culture and stuff like that. Because I'll never forget one time I was in Serbia, and like somebody was telling me a story about how their brother or something got in trouble. He stole something, but then the police came and caught him and the police told him, just say that a gypsy took it and you'll be okay. Like, I feel like that sort of language is like everywhere in Eastern Europe, because I'm pretty sure they'll say the same thing here in Hungary. Like, how do we stop them from hating on people?
I mean, I think, like that sort of thing can come through like school. What
Donnie Williams said, if I take you to Mama Lou's, you're gonna eat that fried chicken. Guys, I don't eat fried chicken no more.
I'm eating, so I don't care what he is.
She can eat the fried chicken. I don't eat fried chicken no more.
I know he's gonna be in like the bathroom and texting me, give me fried chicken.
Listen,
I'm in the bathroom stall.
I don't know what you heard about me, but I don't eat the KFC. No Popeyes church is for me, because I am fried chicken free.
Okay. Anyway.
Go ahead.
What was I saying? I forgot.
We are getting lit. This is the wildest street. We're like slowly getting drunk. Like I said, this unicum will creep up on you.
Oh, okay. Now I remember. So if our kid hates gypsies, what are we gonna do?
Yeah. Oh God.
I think that can come from school, because I feel like when you're little and when you're in school, if like your friends say something and you just agree with them to just fit in. But I feel like we don't have to teach our kids not to hate gypsies specifically, but we just have to teach our kids just to be like accepting of all people, and thinking like our kid might be subjected to discrimination themselves. I feel like they can understand better.
Yeah.
And yeah, like if my kid is being hateful towards gypsies, I'm gonna get him like a gypsy friend, right from right over the corner.
Right.
I'm gonna be like, you're gonna like babysit this gypsy kid while her mom goes to work, and you're gonna be like respectful to them and stuff like that. So my advice would be just like, if your kid is hating on like a certain group of people, like mix your kid in that group, and then so that your kid can see like they're just like normal people like everyone.
Right. You know what probably happens in the public schools? There's probably a lot of like Romani kids and stuff like that. So it would be good to like encourage them, if they do go to public school, to make friends with all groups of people there, and like not be hating on them and stuff like that. And don't use like racial slurs, because daddy is definitely going to tell them like, you know, your father has been definitely hurt by racial slurs before. And unfortunately, son, there are some people who are going to say those things to you, or little girl, right? My daughter, my son, whatever, you have to be prepared for that. So that same hurt that your father felt, don't give that to somebody else, because when you say those things, people always remember them, and that sticks with them. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's really real. It's really real. I think the important thing, you know, being Black is about having empathy, you know, having real empathy for others.
And also, like today, you have the opportunity to like introduce your kids to all types of cultures. Because first of all, like let's say Hungary is kind of diverse, right? We can take our kid to the synagogue here, which is famous, and then we can also take our kid to like the gypsy neighborhood. I don't know.
You mean where we live?
Yeah, where we live. So. Or like we got like Chinese markets and stuff like that. You can just expose your kid to different people and normalize that for your kid. Because I feel like most of the times when parents say like, you know, oh, I'm not racist, but da 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 da. So yeah, like those people don't want to mix their kids up with like the crowds they hate. And that's what causes those children to have that sort of like, I don't know, second guessing, because they don't know like those people that their parents hate. So they only know what their parents tell them. And when you're a kid and your parents tell you something, you believe that's true. Because your parents are probably like your, you know, Superman and Superwoman.
But then they also go through that rebellious stage. So what if like we're teaching them like anti-racism, anti-sexism, how to be a good person. And so then their rebellious stage is like Hitler praising, like Nazi loving, like they go through an alt-right phase. They become big like Turkish nationalists. Like what if that happens? You know what I mean?
I don't think that. How can you rebel against racism?
Yeah, by being racist. I know I'm gonna fight against everything my parents taught me. Hail Hitler.
I don't know. I mean, I know we talk about this stuff a lot, but I'm not gonna be just like lecturing my kid about like accepting all people every day.
No.
So
well, I don't think that's corny. I don't think that's corny. I feel like you said that because you think that's like stupid or corny, but I think that's important.
It's important, but I'm not gonna like breakfast, dinner, and lunch have the same topic and just be lecturing my kid. Because honestly, as a kid, I hated lectures. So I would rather put the material in front of my kid and have them discover it themselves than just like sitting them down and lecturing them. So yeah, like I would have talks and stuff, but yeah, like I wouldn't be, I don't know. Like I wouldn't just be like, you know, lecturing them like they're at a university and they have to like listen to me and
I will.
Stuff like that.
Not that they have to listen to me, but talk to your kids as much as you can, because like, I don't know if you grew up like this, but there would be days when I was a teen that I would go without talking to my parents because they were both working, come back to the house late. Me and my brother had been in the house after school already 5-6 hours before we even get to see them.
Do you really think that's possible with my mom?
What do you mean? That your mom didn't talk to you?
Yeah, do you think that's possible?
I don't know. She was kind of a single mom, and she was kind of like, you know, taking care of you and your brother.
No, I like in Turkey we have like dinner every night together and possibly have breakfast every Sunday and all sorts of stuff. Like I know you think it's cringe that I want to eat with you because that's what I'm used to, though. I'm not used to like eating alone. And I ate alone like in high school because I was like living alone, but I really like didn't like it. And I would like eat out with my friends most of the time. But yeah, that's like we're eating dinner together in our household.
Right.
Like I don't know what y'all doing, but I'm setting the table and you're sitting.
Right. I mean, for the foreseeable future, I'm working from home no matter what, right? Because this is like my career and this is what I've, you know, created for myself. So I'm available always to talk and like be there for them and stuff like that. But, you know, sometimes kids want their space too. But, you know, I feel like the more you talk to your kid, the more time you spend with them, you know, productively conversing with them. That's something that I wish I had because I feel like with my parents, it was a lot of like, do this, do this, do this, do this, and only do this. And then when I don't do something or when I'm lashing out because I didn't get to live the life that I wanted to live, then that's when like heavy-handed punishment came. You get what I'm saying?
I mean, yeah, like I say like dinner and stuff like that is important, but obviously, of course, I had times where I ate like dinner in my room because I don't know. I just told my mom like, you know, I want to eat dinner at my room today, and she was like, okay, but you can't do that like the whole week because then my mom is gonna be like, is something wrong? And you know, that dinner time is kind of like that discussion time. You know, you just talk about what's happening on the news. Because we have the news on and stuff like that, and that's just a time where like you share things with each other.
Yeah, but even when we had dinner in my house, like we would have dinner and that dinner would be awkwardly silent because like there would be so much underlying tension and like so much like
what?
Underlying tension because like number one, like you don't think I remember when y'all just burst into my room and like whooped me for no reason? Or y'all keep on wanting to like, oh, you don't think I remember like 2 months ago when you slapped me across the face because I said I didn't want to go to church no more?
That's when you play good cop, bad cop, because I grew up with like a stepdad. So obviously like my stepdad never hit me or anything, like never yelled at me or anything. We always had that sort of like respect. But my mom would yell at me or throw me a slipper or something like that. And we would have fights with my mom. So like when I went to dinner and I would be mad at my mom and I wouldn't talk to her and stuff like that, or vice versa, like my stepdad would be like, oh, okay, AKDI, like, how are you doing today? What did you do? How was school? So he would soften the blow, like he would soften everything. That's why we need to play good cop, bad cop. So whenever I fight with our kids, you got to play the good cop and then vice versa.
Maybe I'm just not painting it clear enough that that physical violence was sort of like used to dominate in my house, and because of that, it makes communication hard. So it's hard to play good cop, bad cop when you're talking to like somebody who could just like shut up, like shut up. You get what I'm saying? And I guess as a girl, you have that privilege because they're not going to be that rough on you. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But like,
I mean, like, yeah, but I don't really think that was like my mom's style of parenting, because the thing is like my mom can be so intimidating with just her words. She doesn't need to slap us. She scares the shit out of me still to this day when she's like yelling and shit.
Yeah, no, and she is intense.
Yeah, she's very intense. So like even with my brother, like she pinches him like and stuff like that, but I've never like actually seen my mom like hit my brother, like hit. Yeah. I've only seen her like pinch him. Yeah. Like yeah. So
the bad part about having light-skinned kids, I'm not gonna beat them, but if I did, they're gonna be bruised up. You can't be doing that. The reason why they abused us.
We're not beating our kids.
I'm not beating anybody.
Let's be clear on that.
But I'm pretty sure the reason my black ass got all them whoopings was because, they knew it wasn't going to show up.
Well, I can't give you a hickey.
You can't give me a hickey.
I know, I can't.
Exactly.
I've tried.
Exactly. So
it's not working.
Yeah. Either way, where were we in this whole conversation about like mixed kids and stuff? We're like all over the place.
I know. I mean,
are you tired?
Oh no, the last question you asked was like, what if they're like racist against gypsies?
Yeah, like I think we already covered that. I think, you said you're not going to talk to them about, being a nice person every day, but you're going to make them have like Romani friends and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I said, I'm going to lecture them until their ears fall off.
Yeah, it's a good balance. You do the talking, I'll do the implementation of the methods.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, I just talk. I'm just going to sit down. Come here, sit down, talk with me. And I'm going to have super Simon rant time.
Yeah.
Simon's about to go off. Like, Dad, shut up. No, you're going to listen. You're going to listen to this.
See, it's a good balance.
But if I had to pick a place, it would be Budapest, primarily because of safety, location to like other countries and places, and a different way of growing up.
Wait, you said you were going to choose America.
The first thing that came to my mind was America, and we explained all that reason why.
Okay.
But if I had to pick, it probably would be Budapest, right?
Okay.
Even though they might, be stranded in a sea of whites, I'm going to do my best to bolster their Black identity and to, let them know what they need to know to navigate this world like successfully, as those types of people. Now, I'm going to flip that question back on you because you asked me, would you be upset if your half Black son or daughter married a white person? Mm-hmm. How would you feel? I
wouldn't care because I feel like it would be hypocritical to care because we are like Black and white. Mm-hmm. So who am I to tell my kid like, you can't marry a white person. Mm-hmm. Like your dad married a white person and you came out. Right. Who am I to tell that?
Right. So,
I wouldn't care. I just wouldn't want like them to, do it for the wrong reasons, just like you said.
Right. The only thing that I would want to do is like if they do decide to marry anybody, I would definitely like to vet them. Like, check what they believe, check who they are.
Of course.
Yeah.
This is a Turkish household, Simon.
Yeah. But if they're American, especially, no Republicans. That's the only discrimination I have. You cannot marry a goddamn Republican. If my son or daughter comes home with a Republican, I'm getting my shotgun. No goddamn.
You don't know that.
No goddamn Republicans in my house.
I mean, again, I think it would be hard to get a Republican kid out of us and our household.
Yeah.
But if it does happen, honestly, I'm just gonna I'm still gonna love my kid, but I would rather love him from a distance.
If they were like conservative.
Yeah, I would put up with their teenage crap, but like if they're adult and still like Republican or like very like heavy right wing person, then I'm just gonna like love them from a distance.
Right.
Like I'm not getting involved in that.
Yeah.
And they can still like I don't honestly care. Like if they're Republican and they marry a Republican, I don't care.
Or they're AKP. What if they're AKP?
I'm gonna hate the Thanksgiving dinner.
AKP, by the way, is the Turkish right-wing party. It's the party of Recep Tayyip Erdogan and stuff like that. We can't have no AKP, in-laws. You don't like that?
All I'm saying is like my kid can do whatever they want and they can marry whoever they want. They can have any identity that they want. But if they choose to have that identity, then we're going to have some heated political discussions, but I'm not going to let politics like drive me away from my kids. Honestly, like I still love them, but once again, I won't be as involved with them as,
Like you're not gonna hang out at the house with them?
No, of course I will. Of course.
Like, what are you saying?
But like, if they want me to babysit their kids, I'm not gonna like tell their kids that the right wing is right.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna like impose all my leftist ideas to the kid.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, I'm not gonna act like how
take
they
that
want
hijab
me to
off.
act.
You are 6. You are 6 years old.
I mean, I probably like try to get some sense into them, but if they don't just accept it, then I have to accept them as they are.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't push any political ideas to my kids and stuff.
Yeah. And yeah, man, I just hope that they come out healthy and happy and stuff like that. Because, like, you know, having kids generally, it's a big risk. You know what I mean? I want you to be happy and healthy and stuff like that, because that's a big burden that you would take on. Yeah. And just generally, I want them to have all their chromosomes, all their brain cells, all their fingers, all their eyes, all their legs, all their ears. I don't care about what their skin tone is and stuff like that, because to be frank, there's nowhere safe to be Black in this world, right? Even if they were born in the middle of the Congo, Black life and Black expression is always under attack. And we live in a white supremacist world, so you have to deal with that. But I would just want them to be aware and just be cool and stuff like that.
Can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
Let's say, God forbid, like Allah korusun.
Inshallah.
No, not inshallah.
I don't know what you're going to say yet.
Okay, I'm going to say something bad. So I'm saying Allah korusun, like may Allah save it from us or something like that. Anyway, if our kid has like condition that affects him mentally and also physically,
what can you do?
And we know that like he's not going to be able to like just be an adult. And we're going to always have to take care of him. And we know this, like, at the time where we can get an abortion. Would you let me get an abortion?
Oh, I thought you were going to say, how quickly can you find a new stepfather?
No.
That was the darkest joke I've ever made. That was so bad. I mean, once again, I can never tell you to get an abortion. That's my whole thing. And
I'm saying, would you let me get an abortion? Because honestly, I feel like if that was the case, I don't want to bring a child to the world where that child is just going to be like not understanding anything and also just be suffering his entire life being dependent on us.
Right.
I don't want like someone might call me selfish. I don't want that sort of pressure on myself, and I don't want that sort of pressure on my kid as well. So I would rather get an abortion and try again to have a healthy kid, or I would rather like adopt a kid than that, to be honest, if like that thing is not working out. So I don't know. What is your stance on that? I'm not talking about like physical disabilities, because if they say, oh, your child like arm is not feeling it, it's like that's fine because our child's brain is still working. But I'm talking about something like more severe, like maybe Down syndrome, or like, you know, things that are more severe than Down syndrome also.
That's a very, very deep question. My first response answer is that the choice is yours when it comes to abortions and non-abortions. And I can only say what I think is best. And I'm going to say, if it was my choice, it's very hard for me to say, yeah, I want to abort my child because they now have a deformity. Because I remember that Indian movie we watched where they said the baby has Down syndrome. He's going to come out, you know, R word, you know? And then the parents said, oh, we don't want it no more. And then the baby came out looking like a beautiful half white, half Indian baby. And then they said, we want it. And you get what I'm saying? And I'm not saying, what I'm saying is Allah only knows what your child will be like. The doctors could give that diagnosis, and maybe it's 100% correct, but you never know who they will be when they come out. That's my opinion. Yeah, okay. So, and I went through so many abortions, right? You know, I put my legs up and they, you know, brought the vacuum and, you know, the hook and did all that to me. It was like Joe and Nymphomaniac too. You know what I mean? I've had so many abortions, bro.
You stop doing that.
My womb is like a mausoleum. It's just bodies on bodies on bodies. Every time I have sex, it's like ghosts fly out my coochie. I'm sorry.
That's so bad. That's
I'm sorry.
Sexist joke.
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to make light of it.
I get it.
What I mean is that I've had so many girls have abortions for me, and the only time that happened was like the first time it happened. I wanted that to happen because I was like 16. But every other abortion that ever happened afterwards, I didn't want that. You know what I mean? And I feel some guilt about that. About number one, being that irresponsible with my genitalia, and then number two, making that girl go through that trauma.
Yeah.
That's something I live with, and I think about from time to time, like how many people, I've hurt with my thing. And I wouldn't want to put you through that. And every time I lay down with you, I think about the possibility of us bringing forth new life.
Yeah.
And so it's not something that I take lightly. And I wouldn't want to, how can I say this, make you feel like, oh, it's not the result I want. I don't love you no more, and get rid of it. Right. And something I've always thought about, how come when, couples have miscarriages, that causes a break in the relationship? Because I hate to say it, but shit happens.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? I know that sounds bad, like when your pregnancy doesn't go through and you have all your hopes and dreams and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But that sort of shit happens. And I love you for you. And, I wouldn't look less at you if you had a miscarriage, an abortion, if our child came out with some sort of mental or physical disability. You're the one I've chosen. And I knew what I was doing when I, beat that thing up and then I shot the club up. So, I would not do that. You get what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
No, of course. I think the problem when that happens is that like one side feels guilty of the result, and then they sort of like act passive aggressive towards it, and then couples don't have like an honest talk about it. Like usually I would say maybe like the mother feels guilty because she was supposed to carry and protect the child that was in her belly. And then like that happened, and now she feels like she's not a woman, or she's not like a good mother or something like that. So I feel like that would be the reason. But yeah, like I don't worry about that. I just, like I said again, like obviously now that like I'm with you and I'm married to you, if like there's no possibility, there's like no reason, if there's no reason to abort the child, I will never abort, my child. If there's like no serious illness and stuff like that. But, if my child is just going to be like stuck in the hospital for the 20 years that he's supposed to be living, I know it's like fate and only Allah can decide that and stuff, but like obviously I would go to multiple doctors, get multiple like results and all that. I wouldn't just be like, oh, this one doctor said it, so I'm just gonna like abort the baby.
Right.
I wouldn't be like that, but yeah, I would honestly, you can or like the audience might think I'm selfish, but like I said, I'm not putting myself in that position. I'm not bringing a person to a world in that position when I can have either a healthy child or I can adopt a healthy child. Because I don't know, like we've had this conversation where at times you questioned bringing a Black child into the world because of all the hate and racism.
Right. That was when I was much younger.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was just expressing my thoughts about that.
Yeah, it was just philosophizing about like that Black struggle. And I understand that. So if you're thinking about like that for a Black child, then I don't know, like if it's so bad to think of that as a kid who's like dependent on hospitals or depending on, his parents for the rest of his life. And and I don't know, depending on a machine, whatever.
I'm going to say something very sexist right now, and this is where my wife is going to get mad at me. But she thinks I'm sexist because I think that men and women react to things different ways because we have different circumstances and different realities. But I'm going to say something very sexist. Women love their children in general more than men. That's very sexist because anytime I say that men do something else different than women, she says that's sexist. So I just want everybody to know, if you believe right now that women love their children more than men, you're sexist. Ain't that
No,
right, Acti?
no.
No, that's right, because I said earlier, okay, men react differently to their women cheating, and you said that's sexist.
Yeah,
But
those are different things.
How is that different things?
One of them is cheating, and one of them is child.
No, it's about the reaction to the thing rather than the thing in itself. Men react in different situations. Men react differently to the idea of cheating than women, and men react differently to the idea of having kids than women. You have, even when you're thinking about this right now, have a deeper bond to this child because that's literally a part of you more than it is me.
Because that child grow up in the woman,
exactly,
literally, and then like you breastfeed the child and things like that. So there's something going on, like physiologically more going on with the mom.
The point, everybody knows this, you don't have to say it all. What I'm saying is that if you were carrying a child who was going to have a tougher life because of their physical or mental disabilities, hooked up to a machine or whatever, because you love that child more than I ever could, and if you say that you would rather them not come into this world than live, then your opinion, in my opinion, is more valid than mine. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. But I'm sexist. Guys, don't listen to me. Apparently, I'm the worst chauvinist pig, male chauvinist pig of all time.
Stop. I don't hate you. Why you talk like that? That was pretty cute. I'm going to play this video if this ever happens. So you know, you can never take it down.
Anyway, I know somebody might want to partake in some tobacco. I don't know if that's you or not. No?
Yeah.
You do? So if you want, you can go off camera and we can continue this, but you would have to get a ashtray.
Okay.
And we could continue this talk right here.
Okay. I think you have more topics to talk about, right?
I do have more topics to talk about. We're still on the topic of having mixed kids or not. And I guess while we're going on this mini smoke break, I can read a little bit of data or this short little article I found. Okay. All right. So yeah, 412-8190 jumped into the chat. Shout out to him. We're covering this topic because I believe you brought it up last time. So we just spoke about it. AKDI's right here, but she's taking a break right now. She would want her kids to grow up in a place that has a lot of nature and the beach, and it's very safe and multicultural as well. And there's some community. So she brought up the place of Mauritius, which is a small island that we visited off the coast of Africa. For me, I would want all of those same things, but I prioritize safety and opportunity more than anything. So I would say, you know, being here in Hungary or Buda, not Pest, Hungary, specifically, if I were to pick a place. But that's just my answer for that. And we're talking about a lot of things related to mixed kids and stuff like that. I'm going to read some stuff for y'all right here. Gonna read this stuff, and AKDI, you can give your opinion on it as I read or after I read.
Yeah.
So this is from the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, and this was published on September 2023 on their official website, and it's about multiracial children and some of the struggles that they faced. So multiracial children are one of the fastest growing demographic segments of the U.S. population. The number of mixed race families in America is steadily increasing due to a rise in interracial marriages and relationships. Now, we have to remember that when we talk about like mixed kids, at least in America, like they're counting even people that are white, right? Like the Hispanics. If your mama is Cuban and your dad is German, they say that's an interracial relationship because white folks are just, they have to obfuscate race and everything because what we actually live in America is an anti-Black society with a collection of people who are different shades of white who are unified against us. So that's what they're calling multiracial or interracial relationships. Ozzy jumped into the chat. He said, hello, Simon and AKDI. Shout out to Ozzy as well. Everybody comes in late into these chats, but we're going later and harder on these live streams. Anyway, I'm going to continue reading this text from the American Psychiatry Association. Okay, so the number of interracial relationships and mixed race families in America is steadily increasing, as well as an increase in transracial and international adoptions. So I don't know if transracial is actually a thing yet. And I've been thinking about talking about transracialism for a long time. Because if we are going to have transsexual identity or transgender identity, where's the room also for transracial identity? I do think it's an interesting concept, and it's a deep topic because who wouldn't want to be treated as white? The biggest social construct is the one that's not even real, the race one, right? If gender is a social construct, which is based on our genetics and our reproductive organs, why not the biggest social construct also be dismantled? We want to dismantle gender, but we can't dismantle race. I would be very interested in anybody who has an idea about transracialism, but they're counting that in the census or the scientific studies. Really want to read about that. So, publicity surrounding prominent Americans of mixed cultural heritage, such as athletes, actors, musicians, and politicians, has highlighted the issues of multicultural individuals and challenged longstanding views of race. However, despite some change in laws and evolving social attitudes, multiracial children still face significant challenges. I'm going to jump into the comments after I read through this part right here. Changing times. In the 2013 US Census, about 9 million Americans identified themselves as more than one race. Now, I honestly think, in my opinion, this is just my opinion, interracial relationships and multiracial people, truly multiracial people, are a very, very small minority. And I believe they actually are less than 9 million, as what they say in 2013. Because once again, multiracial people could be two different strands of white people. Let's keep it absolutely a buck. If your mama is Mexican and your daddy came from Scotland, or he's an Italian from New York or something like that, they say you're multiracial. And then there are some people who claim Native American ancestry in America, even though their DNA is like 80%, 90% European, and they only have one very distant Native American ancestor. They still identify as multiracial. So I don't think that's absolutely true. And there's actually a very, very small amount of interracial relationships, such as the one my wife and I have, as in, Black person, like phenotypically Black person, like police point you out in a lineup, you fit the description, you're not the right cultural fit Black. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about blackity Black. That's a very, very small amount, in my opinion. Okay, you know what? I'm going to read this from the comments here. 412-8190 says, there is no place on the U.S. Census to mark your type of white ancestry unless you're Spanish or Hispanic of some sort. That's a very good point, somewhat. I haven't filled out the census in a long time. I believe, in fact, did I fill out the census? No, because the last census was like in 2020, right? The last one was in 2020, unless they did it in 2021 because of COVID. I'm not sure. But I've never filled out the census, but I do know on most government forms, because I recently filled out like an I-9 and some other government documents, they do ask your race. And under Hispanic, they have white, non-Hispanic white, and other things. But all the other ones, and generally, the Middle Easterners get classed under white. So that's a large section of people. I don't know. Because I'm not Hispanic, I don't even look in that category. 412-819 says, if anything, being Turkish or Middle Eastern is considered close to white on the U.S. Census, since they're officially classified as white, whereas Hispanic is its own category on U.S. Census. Yes, those people can choose. I see what you're saying now, 412. Those people can choose to click Hispanic, white Hispanic, or they can just click white. Let's keep it absolutely real. They don't have to click the Hispanic part. Technically, in the US, transracialism is real because I could fill out the US Census and write my race as white. That's not against the law. Anybody can identify with whatever race they want, generally legally, except they probably won't let you get away with that on your driver's license for law enforcement reasons. But for the census, you could literally write anything. I could write that I'm Chinese on the US Census. Hell, there are some jobs where I apply for and I put my race as white just to see if I could get in. But I think they know that. I think they know my Black ass is trying to get through the door because maybe they look on my LinkedIn or something.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
The thing is, like, when I fill those forms, if they don't have Middle Eastern, I usually choose Asian. I don't know if that's something wrong, but I don't know. In Turkey, they always tell us Turkey is a bridge between Europe and Asia. So I feel like if there's no like European option, and most like 95% of Turkey is in Asia, then I would probably should choose Asian. So I just click Asian, but when there's no Middle Eastern option.
But remember when we first met and I was like, you're Asian. I kept on making like Korean jokes and Chinese jokes to you. And then you said, no, I was born in Europe. And like you were born like at the very last inch of Europe, like in a hospital. Yeah. So you're technically European.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't know. I don't feel like Europeans see me as European. So yeah, I just click on Asian.
Ozzy asked a question. Turks want to be European though, right?
Yes.
And that you got
majority
your answer.
Is yes.
Yeah, majority is yes. Especially in Istanbul and stuff like that, all the major cities. All right. I'm going to jump into one more comment from 412. Turkish is considered white and not Asian on the U.S. Census officially. So you're breaking the law, AKDI.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm joking. There's no law. You can literally write whatever. If you really want to identify as black, you could too.
I'm going to do that next time.
Okay. All right. 412 says I would say Mehmet Oz, Turkish American, for example, is generally more accepted as white in the U.S. than Antonio Banderas from Spain in the USA. And yeah, that goes to show the colorism, but Antonio Banderas could legally identify as white. You get what I'm saying? I'm going to jump into some more information here. So 10% of children born in the U.S. in 2013 had parents who were different races. In the United States, marriages between blacks and whites increased 400% in the last 30 years, with a 100% increase in marriages between 1,000% increase in marriages between whites and Asians. Okay, so I'm about to go in. I'm sorry, acting.
Go ahead.
But the white worshiping Asians are the absolute worst. They are the worst type of people because I've seen it with my own two eyes. I've seen when I went to Indonesia and like I was the only black guy there and like with a sea full of like ugly British toads, they were all getting laid. The Tinder was like setting their phones on fire. Like they download Tinder, start swiping. Literally the phone blows up from so many matches that the white guys get and stuff like that. Listen, it's not jealousy. I am not the most handsome man in the world. But I definitely look better than like a 200 stone block from Gloucester, whatever. I definitely look better than you. I'm more fun than you. And I definitely got a bigger dick than you. So, and it's not because I'm black. It's because I'm blessed. So, yeah, the white worshiping Asians are the worst. You can say I'm bitter. You can say I'm bitching. I don't care. It's absolutely not cool. And in their culture, there's a lot of that. There is a lot of white worshiping Asians out there. And somebody needs to call them out. The Asians need to stop sucking on white peen. And yeah, I'm just going to say that. In a recent survey, 47% of white teens, 60% of black teens, and 90% of Hispanic teens said they had dated someone of another race. So I wonder why the Hispanics are doing that much too. I think, well, number one, the reason why a lot of minorities might date outside their race, because race is a social construct anyway. But what I think is happening in the US is that there are a lot of minorities who are surrounded in a sea of white. Like you might be the one black kid in your Utah high school. You get what I'm saying? So of course, if you have some game and some skill, you're gonna, date somebody, right? Somebody's gonna fall in the net, right? And meanwhile, a lot of white people are very insulated. Generally, every black person has at least one white friend. But I would say every 1 out of 4 white people has a black friend or a Hispanic friend or of another race. And remember, guys, I'm from small town America, and you're going to be leaving a long ass comment saying, oh, well, it wasn't like that. How I grew up in Sacramento. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up if you're from Boston, New York, Miami, LA, Seattle, or Portland. If you're from some major metropolis, Chicago, whatever, shut the fuck up. I am the real American here. If you're from Mississippi, Texas, Kansas, North Dakota, South Carolina, North Carolina, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Most of America, flyover America, is black and white. The major metropolises and stuff like that are not the real America. Sorry, I'm ranting here.
No, but you can't swear.
I swear too much. YouTube already hates my channel. YouTube already hates my channel. 412-8190 says Central Asians are probably different. In Turkey, you might even know some Turkic Central Asians, Kazakhstans, Kyrgyzstans, etc. They are culturally different than East or Southeast Asians. Yeah, but in America, I'm gonna keep it real. We don't define the Central Asians as Asians. There's two Central Asians in America. There's like one guy from Uzbekistan and another from Kazakhstan. There are no Central Asians.
Are they defined as Middle Eastern as well?
I would say they would be defined more as Middle Eastern because they are very, very Muslim, very practicing hardcore Muslims. Okay. You could find them in the masjids all over America. Maybe some guy from Tajikistan, but there's not a lot of them out there. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And they will be more identified as Middle Eastern. But I don't know. Do you want to talk about these Central Asians in relation to Turkey?
I mean, I don't know. Like, yeah, I know some, like, a lot of Uzbekis come to Turkey and they, like, start working in, different jobs and stuff. So I know some of them. They, in my opinion, they do look more Asian because of their eyes. But I don't know. Like, we do also have, like, some similarities between our culture and their culture and stuff like that. But, yeah, I don't know, honestly. I what am I supposed to do? Put them in a category?
No, but But in Turkey, right? Do you have different documents that give racial identity or ethnic identity? Like a document that says I'm a Caucasian, an Armenian, a Georgian, a Russian, Kazakhstani on government documents?
Most possible thing that you would see is like Turkish, Syrian, Kurdish, and then other. Probably because those are our minorities, right? Mm-hmm. But we don't have that. You would just have like Turkish or non-Turkish.
I see. Okay.
I've never seen like any other categories.
All right. Let's go into this part: emotional needs of multiracial children or of mixed kids. So recent research has shown that multiracial children do not differ from other children in self-esteem, comfort with themselves, or number of psychiatric problems. Also, they tend to be high achievers with a strong sense of self and tolerance of diversity. Now, that's a very good thing to hear. And once again, guys, I am reading from, and I'll drop the link, from the American Association of Psychiatrists, the highest level of brain doctors on the planet, people that will be 10 times smarter than I will ever be. And a lot of people come on here and secretly or behind closed doors hate on interracial couples because they say their kids are going to be all mixed up and they don't know who they will want to be. And they're going to have all sorts of tragic mulatto complexes and that sort of stuff. But the psychiatrists have said no. In fact, it's totally the opposite. Most mixed kids in America tend to do pretty well, and they tend to be very successful, and they tend to do okay in general. Now, I have to say this though as well. This could also be because they are also counting in some of the white people who are having kids and calling them mixed race, and which is retarded. I'm sorry I used the R word. They're also counting regular old white kids who say, I grew up mixed race and I'm perfectly fine. I'm sorry. But that has to stop. But generally, I would agree with their findings. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I mean, if you're a kid, you're just a kid. I feel like probably like the mixed type of discrimination or bullying, if that ever happens, comes like when you become a bit more adult, maybe. I don't know. I feel like in general, kids are going to be kids in school and they're not really going to, be that discriminatory against like mixed kids. Honestly, I don't know.
Right.
But also in my head, I'm questioning, like, is that success connected to closeness to white?
No.
Okay.
No. Well, possibly. I mean, possibly, yes. Because like, for example.
I just said that because, the argument of like just, lighter skinned Black people being more successful, that argument. So I just like thought of that when you read that part, honestly. Right. So just being honest.
I'm going to jump back on that, but there's a good question from 412-8190. He said, I heard Koreans and Japanese are also considered Turkic in Turkey. Yeah. Is that true? Do you want to jump on that? No?
That's not true. We don't consider like Koreans and Japanese Turkic. at all. They're like Asians in Turkey.
But y'all don't think that everybody's Turkish? Y'all don't do that?
No, I mean, like, no, we don't. I think we do come from like the same language family with one of Asian countries. I don't remember which one, but yeah.
Mongolia.
No, not that one. But like the Altai something family, language family, and then like we share the same thing because of Mongols, I think. Maybe it's Chinese. I'm not sure. But yeah, no, I feel like Turkey has a lot of limited information on Asia in general. And we just kind of brag about like, oh, Chinese people were so afraid of us, they built the wall of China. That sort of stuff, like just, just cheesy stuff that we have of like, generally Asian countries. But no, I don't think we consider them as Turkish.
That's crazy. Okay.
Or Turkic.
Damn. There was something I was going to say about what you were saying about mixed kids getting picked on at school and stuff like that. And they might be successful because they're like lighter skin or closer to white. And yeah, I said no at first, but when you think about it, yeah, of course, some people might give them, more of an advantage because number one, mixed people are fetishized to some degree. And there was a situation with my friend who has a mixed child and somebody like fetishized his child. Not like as in a pedophilic way, but in the sense like, oh, I want your child to marry my child because, they would have cute babies. They would have cute babies and all that sort of stuff. And like, yeah, that might happen for mixed people. But I think generally, especially if they're dealing with Black problems and they're not dealing with half of the Black problems. They're dealing with all of the Black problems with maybe some opportunities because they are of lighter complexion, because colorism is real within our community as Black people to some degree. And also, white people have always felt more comfortable about people that are closer to their identity. That's why, all the house Negroes were always, masses like bastard children and stuff like that. And why some of the earliest civil rights leaders are all like light-skinned Negroes. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right. Ozzy asked a question. He said, what do you think about the policies of countries like France and Germany, which don't collect official data on race or ethnicity? You want to jump on that?
I think we discussed this before. I don't know if it was on live or it was just like us discussing it around the house. But yeah, I think I initially said, I feel like, yeah, like that's kind of understandable because why would you care of something like that? But then I remember like you saying, yeah, maybe it might be important to just have like information about that country and see like how minorities are treated or how much minorities there are, where are they living, in what conditions they are living in. So I do think it's important for that reason, but you don't need to have that sort of like racial tick in every form. So you can have the race tick when you're like doing voting or stuff like that, or you can have like an annual count about it.
Right.
But I don't think you need that in every form. So I kind of think that's okay, honestly.
I think if we don't know the numbers, we don't know the problems. Yeah. And like I said about France, people guess about the number of Black people in France. People are making jokes now that France is the Africa of Europe because there's so many Black people there. But we really don't know. We really don't know how many people are there. But yet, when you talk to any person of French nationality who is Black or North African, all they talk about is the racism in France. Now, how can we solve the problem or begin to solve the problem of anti-Black racism in France and also Islamophobia in France, Turkophobia in France, and Arab phobia in France without actually knowing the numbers of those people? So I do think they should take censuses. They shouldn't be mandatory, like put a gun to somebody's head and tell me, what race are you? No, but they should have people willingly submit that data so it can be analyzed and not just left up to the scholars. Gonna jump here to 412-8190. I have to give you a nickname, man. 41. I'm gonna call you 41. 41 average. Do you think Blacks or Africans have it the worst out of any other races, phenotypes in both USA and Turkey? Sorry, may take a long answer. 100. I like that. Have it worst out of any other races, phenotypes in both the USA and Turkey? Go ahead.
I'll talk for Turkey. I would say like, I don't know. I mean, there isn't a lot of Black people who live in Turkey, actually. But I would assume a little bit yes, honestly, because there is still a lot of like stigma around Blackness in Turkey, and people are just like getting stuff from like media, Hollywood, and all that, and then also like music and stuff like that. And yeah, I think it can be really hard for a Black person in Turkey. I'm just in my mind comparing it to a little bit to like Syrians and Kurdish people as well, because they have a hard time when they're in like just mixed cities like like Istanbul, because they get some discrimination too. But honestly, like I want to say a little bit yes. I do think they might have the worst out of all the races, or at least the same amount as other minorities like Kurds and Romanis and Syrians.
I would say it's worse because the Syrians and Kurds can hide. Nobody would know who's a Kurd or a Syrian before they talk or know their name. You could also say, oh, well, they're a little bit darker, or the Turks like to say they're blonde, because that's what they say to everybody who's there. They're blonde.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes people can tell, sometimes they can't. So yeah, that is
okay. They can sometimes tell and sometimes can't, but they always can with us.
Yeah.
There's nowhere we can hide, at least in the U.S. or Turkey or anywhere in the world. And a lot of the times, before we even get to know people, they already have conceptions about us already. Some of these might be positive. You could even think some of these could be negative. You might think it's positive. People think you have a big old dick and that you can dunk a basketball. Other people might say, I don't want anybody to assume anything about me. I would just want to be a human. And I feel like in Turkey, like a lot of those stereotypes are true. Some people might look at those videos of like a Black girl going to Istanbul and everybody wants to take a picture with her. But I find those videos annoying, honestly. As annoying as when me and my wife went to Black Africa and everybody was trying to holler at her or talk to her in strange ways and stuff like that. We shouldn't fetishize people or make conceptions about people based on their color, even if they're in a country that's all white or all Black or homogenous in a way. Mm-hmm. That's just my opinion, though. You might find that foolish, but I find that general like respect and general good decency. Don't yell Michael Jordan when you see this handsome, bald Black man walking down your hood in Istanbul. Don't yell, Kate Winslet when you see this beautiful girl in the streets of Kenya. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. And anywhere. Sorry, are you tired? No? You can always take a break.
No, I'm good.
I'm just ripping it up right now. All right. I'm going to jump back into these comments about multiracial children. So here's another fact. Children in a multiracial family may have different racial identities from one another. So that's very interesting. So if you have two kids with the same woman or man, and you're of different races, your two kids might say, well, I'm white. And the other one might say, I'm Mexican. Neither of us are Mexican. How do you identify as Mexican? Hola, señor. Shut up. Don't talk to me in Spanish. See, how do we end up in that situation? I don't know. Dave Chappelle has a funny joke. Dave Chappelle says, my wife, she's Filipino, and me, I'm Black American. And my kids came out Puerto Rican. How did that happen? That was funny. That was pretty funny. Anyway, their racial identity is influenced by their individual physical features, family attachments and support, and experiences with racial groups. So I guess there could be a situation like, let's say, Black woman and a white man get together and they have two kids, right? And then they divorce. And one of the kids goes with the Black mom, and then one of the kids goes with the white dad. And then those kids meet up later, and one of them is, talking like talking very waspy, and he knows all the dialogue from like Clueless and Mean Girls and Titanic, and the other one knows like all the Friday movies front and back. So yeah, they're two different races of kids, I guess. But that goes to show you that race is a social construct because it's all about socialization. There are people that say that there are white niggas out there, meaning that because somebody is white, that doesn't mean that they're not a nigga, because they talk just like us. They love the same hip hop as we do. They dress the same. They can even pull bad black broads like we could. God damn. You get what I'm saying? So, yeah, race is a social construct. So I am not surprised to hear that two kids of the same parents who are different races could come up with different racial identities. I don't know. You want to jump on that?
I mean, yeah, I think that's a given if you look at how environment shapes us. Because like if the kid goes with the white parent, they're probably going to be around like whiter people, right? So yeah, environments definitely shape us. Like I'm there are twin studies done like that, where like literally two twins who look like each other grew up in a different environment, and then they become like totally different people, and on top of that, they say like, oh, like, twins have different like, synergy, telepathy or whatever, but that sort of vanishes when you have that environment's effect.
That would be a very good sitcom, by the way. The multiracial twins who were separated at birth. One went with the black parent, one with the white parent.
I feel like that's been done.
I feel like it hasn't been done.
Why do I feel like that's
I think you're probably thinking of like Sister with like the two twins.
Oh, Tia and Tamara?
Yeah, but that was not the same thing, because it was not about that. But I feel like that would be a funny sitcom. And then they meet up together and they get a hip apartment in Chicago, and they like have totally different lives.
One teaches her how to be black and the other teaches her how to be white.
Yeah, one teaches her how to fix her credit score. The other one teaches her how to Dougie.
Wow. This is how you twerk, girl.
This is how you twerk. Am I doing it?
And this is how you get your tax refund.
Yes. That definitely needs to be a show. I would watch it. I would definitely watch it.
We're trademarking it right now.
Yeah, we have to just think of a funny name.
If you're gonna do this movie, you have to pay us.
Yeah, we're gonna call it Off-White. We call the movie Off-White. All right, so I don't know where we are.
There.
All right, 41 average says East Asian looking people similarly can't hide, but I guess they have it better since many East Asian countries are considered more developed, where they blend in easier. I'm not exactly sure what you mean by that or what you're referring to. You know? No. All right.
I mean, I guess they're trying to say that, like, I think he's trying to say, like, as a Middle Eastern person, as a Turkish person, can go to Europe and blend in. Therefore, I can be more successful there and things like that. So that means I have it easier than a black person, because a black person can never blend in.
I guess that's what you're saying. East Asians looking people similarly can't hide. I guess he's talking about Turkey.
I mean, I don't know.
Is he talking
East Asia?
I don't know what you mean by East Asians. Are you referring to Korea, Japan, and that sort of stuff? But that's what I would think you are. Are you talking about going to Turkey or going to America? Because either way, Asians face discrimination in America. The number one killer of Asian people are the white supremacists. Even though they are honorary Aryans, they do not keep up their honor in the agreement. 41 average says environment definitely matters. Melanesians from Fiji, Papua, etc. phenotypically blend with Black Africans. So I guess they're Black. Now that's a very interesting question. Now, once again, guys, once again, I have to make this absolutely clear that my channel is not about defining all things Black. Yes, I am the Black Authority. I am the stamper of all your ghetto passes and Black cards. And if you want a race card, you have to slide me an extra $20 under your application and I'll give it to you. But we are not the arbiters. I am not the arbiter of all things Black. I am only the chief knight in justice, in truth, in fighting white supremacy. That's it. The only thing I care about is fighting white supremacy. I don't care about who identifies as Black, who is Black, or who is not Black. I'm only caring about fighting white supremacy. But if we talk about the people from Fiji or Melanesia, are they Black? Looks like a duck, quacks like a duck. It must be a nigga, I guess, if you want to say that. But I don't know. Maybe. If they don't identify as Black, then they're not Black. If you fit the phenotype and identify, then you're Black. But if you fit the phenotype and don't identify, then you're not Black. That's an easier way of saying it, right? Wouldn't that be much easier? I don't know.
I think it's also like depends on what that person feels in general.
Mhm.
Or like, you know, if you have, I don't know, if you have a white kid who grows up, like we've seen this in the movies and stuff like that, like Eminem.
Mhm.
Why is he so accepted by the black community? Because he grew up, you know, with a lot of black culture
And loving hip hop.
Yeah, and loving hip hop. So I think that's also like, it kind of depends on you as well. Like, what do you identify as? Because if you're not like an Eminem looking guy, and if you're somewhere between like black and white, then you can sort of go both ways depending on like who you grew up with.
Right, right. And, you know, it's about, like I said, it's about how you look and if you identify and people recognize you as identifying with that. Like most Europeans, let's say, for example, most Hungarians, if they went into Turkey and started speaking Turkish, most people would say they're Turkish.
Yeah.
But, you know, most black people, if they go to Turkey and start speaking Turkish, they're not going to say you're Turkish.
Yeah,
and
there's a double standard.
And there's also the same thing, maybe with Japanese people. If a very, very Japanese looking person went to Turkey, they would say, no, you're not really Turkish, right? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, it depends.
So I would say that's the way we should check blackness, right? You know, if we could drop them off and they identify as black and start talking as black and then are treated as black, then they are black. And I think that's the best way to do it. But Tia and Tamara, one married a black guy and the other wanted to swirl. So I forgot which one. I forgot which one's name married the black guy, but they recently got divorced. Have you been following her divorce?
I don't know them. I used to watch them like, you know, when I was a kid.
I
didn't follow up.
Remember that guy in the movie Karen, the main actor? That was her husband. And they got divorced recently and they had 2 kids. And now she's like posting thirst traps. If you want to look it up, you can. But
is her real name also like?
Yeah, that's her real name, is Tia and Tamara. But Mallory, I believe, is the last name. Okay. I was asking whether Asians have it better overall than blacks in the USA or worldwide. I do think Asians in general, in most places, get by easier. And I don't know if you're Asian or not 41 average, but I'll just say this: being black in this world. There's more anti-black discrimination in this world than there is anti-Asian bigotry, right? White supremacy, though, affects us all because the white supremacists have shown they have no remorse about destroying entire Asian cities, right? We dropped napalm all over Vietnam. We dropped 2 nuclear weapons on civilian-held cities in Japan, right? We have no problem eliminating masses and masses and masses of Asian lives in the name of colonialism and power and subjugation of the non-white peoples of the planet, right? That's what America has showed us. That's what the European powers showed us during colonialism. So yeah, Asians overall, though, don't face as much anti-Asian bigotry as black people, in my opinion, though. This is just my opinion. All right, I'm going to jump into some other things about multiracial children. So, to cope with society biases, mixed race children may develop a public identity with the minority race while maintaining a private interracial identity with family and friends. Now, that's very complex. So if you're a black kid, you might present to the world as black and identify as black. But then when you're with your black family, like you're at the family reunion and everybody else looks more black than you, you might point out the fact that you're mixed, or other people might point that out and make that as a part of the identity. Not in the sense that you're bringing it up to like exclude yourself from the conversation, but just to make things more aware. Because like if black people are all around having like that discussion, like in Jungle Fever, right? And the girls are talking, the girl is going to say, well, me, you know, guys were after me because I was mixed, or guys used to hate on me because I was mixed. They used to call me white nigga and well, all that sort of stuff. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think about that?
I think that's like, if we're talking about teens, I feel like that's very natural because as a teen, you want to just like sort of fit in, but also be unique. And I feel like when you're with your peers, like you might use that sort of mixed identity either to fit in or stand out. And that will depend on which environment you're in. So I feel like that's pretty natural. Like, you know, for example, if we have a kid and you know, we take our kid to Turkey and we're like at my mom's house and stuff like that. It's, you know, maybe like in the family dinner table, our kid is going to try to act very Turkish. But then like when our kid is mingling up with other Turkish people, other Turkish kids, he's going to be like, oh, I have a black dad.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I'm mixed.
Oh, God.
And stuff like that. Or I don't know. He's going to try to stand out among his peers.
That would be hilarious.
Or something like that. But so I feel like that's pretty natural, but that's how like character develops. And, you know, in today, race is kind of like a big part of your character, specifically if you're Black.
Yeah, I'm not letting him use the N-word because I can't trust him or her with it.
Nobody said anything about it.
No, because I'm saying, because if he does that, like hangs out with his Turkish friends and like, what's up, my nigga? And like lets all his little Turkish friends say it too, I'm coming out with the belt.
Oh no, we're not letting him let other people say that.
Yeah. But no, I don't know what he's gonna do with his own little friend group. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So no N-words in my house. Except if it's rap music. Unless we're listening to rap music, everybody's beeping it out. Yeah. Everybody. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But that's gonna be a long lecture from Daddy Simon.
Yeah, I'm gonna Simon rant time. Let me tell you about the word no. Very interesting. Okay, here's another fact about multiracial kids. Research has shown that children with a true multiracial or multicultural identity generally grow up to be happier than multiracial children who grew up with single race identity. Interesting. Children with a true multiracial or multicultural identity generally grow up to be happier than multiracial children who grow up with single race identity. So let's say you're half Black, half white, and you only grow up around Black people. You might have a good life. You might be happy, but you're not as happy as if when you also grow up with that white side or that Asian side or that Latino side, right? And I think a lot of that sometimes has to do with, you know, a lot of the times if a white person gets with a Black person and has that kid and then that relationship falls apart, they don't go then back to another person of that same race. Yeah. What they do is that they get with a white guy or a white girl or something like that. And then they're bringing their very Black child or multiracial child, half Asian child, whatever, and bringing them around them. And then, of course, white people, when they're alone, they're going to, you know, be saying the racist stuff and maybe not sensitive to their identity. They don't know how to do their hair or expose them to other cultures and stuff like that. Because white people live very insular in their stuff. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So that might stop that child from knowing who they are and being happy. I don't know. What do you think?
I think what it's trying to say is that when a kid is growing up in both Black and white communities, I guess, or multiracial communities, then they might have sort of like an identity crisis. But if they're only growing up with one side, then they might just cling on to that side and, you know, own that as their own identity, whether that's, you know, Black or white or Hispanic or whatever. So, yeah, I don't know. But, that is very interesting because I guess, like, you know, when you're mixed and stuff like that, maybe you want to hang out with both sides because you identify as both sides, as what you would see in your family. But maybe because those both sides don't really generally mix together, then you sort of have to choose one side, I guess. I don't know.
You have to choose that side. And then on top of that, you might not be accepted in that side.
Yeah.
So, like, God forbid, like, you know, we fall apart and then you take the kid.
Yeah.
And they grow up all around Turkey and Turkish people or something like that, or whatever country you live in, right? Yeah. They're not going to have that connection to that other side. And then they're not accepted by the side that they only know. Yeah. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I think it's definitely important for, how can I say this? For mixed kids to have, I think it's important for mixed kids to talk to other mixed kids. Because I feel like this isn't talked about here because they make it seem like these mixed kids live in a world where they're the only ones. But there's, like they said, apparently there's 9 million mixed people in America. And of course, there's a larger number in the world, right? So I think it's important for mixed people to talk to other mixed people about their things that they go through, you know, especially if they have the same, you know, racial mix. You get what I'm saying? Because a half white, half Asian kid doesn't have as much in common as a half Black, half Indian kid. but they need to have those same backgrounds to really talk. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I guess. I feel like as long as you're like mixed in a visible way, I would say like I would say that you kind of face the same problems because if like a kid with an Indian and white background might still face the same things, considering like community, because also Indian community is like very like strong, and they have strong traditions and stuff like that.
And they're hella colorist.
Yeah.
Amongst themselves, like the Indians hate the darker ones, and they love the lighter Indians.
Yeah, so I think that they might have the same problems, but I do feel like this specific data can be true for smaller cities, honestly.
What do you mean?
Like, I feel like in metropoles or bigger cities, specifically like in the US, I feel like being mixed is not, like being in mixed groups of people is not this effective on children's psychology. I feel like this would be more destructive if you're like in a smaller town.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. But yeah, because
in bigger cities, I feel like it's more normalized.
Not, like if I grew up in New York, I would have like 20 Asian friends, 13 like Nigerians that were cool with me and stuff like that. That's normal for New York. But most of America is not New York. So like most of the mixed kids in America are growing up small town America and just, in this very polarized world. We have some interesting comments right here. 41 Average says, and this is a question for you, and I don't want to read this question because does Drake, the rapper, appear North African in Turkey, and therefore I have a different experience than someone who looks like Simon Hill? I love the way he said Simon Hill.
Would Drake have a different experience than Simon?
No, I guess he's saying, how would people in Turkey perceive Drake?
People perceive Drake as an American rapper.
No, but as in like he wasn't Drake. Like Drake is walking down the street of Istanbul, I guess.
I guess he does look a bit more Arab. I would definitely say that.
He got his mama's nose.
Yeah, like I would definitely say like people probably would assume he's an Arab. But the thing is, like in Turkey, Arabs don't have quite the reputation either. So yeah, like it's like still Drake can be subjected to a lot of like discrimination also, because in Turkey people feel like Arab people are just there to spend money and like a bit barbaric and stuff, which is not true.
Right.
But yeah, that's how like some people perceive it.
In Turkey, do they differentiate between the North African Arabs and the Gulf Arabs?
No.
They don't?
No.
Well, I mean, do they really think like the Tunisians and the Moroccans got money too?
No, I wouldn't say no. They don't think they have the money, because the thing is, like most Arab-looking people, I think Turkish people would just assume that they're like Gulf Arabs, like from Emirates or stuff like that. Okay. They would just assume that. And when they speak and they say, "Oh, I'm Tunisian" and stuff, I feel like Turkish people would feel a bit closer to them than Gulf Arabs.
Okay. Why? Because like they're not rich and balling like most of the Emiratis and stuff. Okay. But would most Turkish people know that those are generally like poorer people?
Yes, but I think Turkey still has that thinking like Arab people are less developed than Turkey. So I feel like most Turkish people would still think like, oh, Tunisia, like it's probably like less developed than Turkey. Yeah, and things.
I would definitely say that like the Arabs are only slightly more religious and slightly more conservative than Turks. I feel like in Turkey, they view themselves as like really different than the Arabs, but as somebody who lived with the Arabs and with the Turks, there's really not that big of a difference generally with the conservativeness, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I'm sure you would like think there's like even less difference if you went to certain parts of Turkey.
Yeah.
So yeah.
All right. Shout out to Ozzy for always dropping interesting facts and helping me come through with these live streams with correct information. So Ozzy says, of those 9 million mixed people, 3.4 million are half black, half white. Very good information to hear. And once again, I feel like and this is a hot take, but Simon Hill keeps it real, most other mixes of people generally pass for white. And if you are passing for white in general, that's a totally different experience than what I would imagine the true mixed experience to be. Because if we think about it, if you're passing for white most of the time, you're having white experiences. But if you have a half black experience, you're most of the time having black experiences in this world.
I would assume like if you're mixed with something other than black, then the problems that you have would probably just be within your household. Like maybe your mom is Mexican and your dad is German, so your mom wants to be like more Mexican or something. Like your mom wants you to know Mexican traditions and stuff like that. Same with Indians, same with like any other Latin American country or Middle Eastern country. Right. But outside of your house, like you said, you would probably mostly be perceived as white or close to white or closer to white than black people. So you wouldn't have that much of a struggle, right? I would assume.
Right, absolutely.
Like most of the trouble might be coming from like your parents maybe and your traditions from your other side.
Absolutely. Could you do me a favor, please?
What?
Could you bring some water?
Yeah.
I got that cotton mouth. You're the best. All right. I'm going to read one more comment or one more statistic here or fact. Okay, so multiracial children in divorced families may have greater difficulties accepting and valuing the cultures of both parents. Thank you so much. And I think that's real because often when you have a divorced parent, you're going to be resentful towards whatever parent that you feel like wronged you and broke your family up or something like that. So if like, by the way, guys, I'm mixed. I know you can't tell, because I pass. This is the funny thing. I'm passing all the time, but my passing has not helped me. Guys, I'm a dirty, stinking tether outside. I'm passing for black. I'm half Belizean and half black. And going back to like Black American, by the way, half Belizean, half Black American. 100% real, nigga. I'm joking. I'm sorry. But you said something earlier that was like true, and I forgot to talk about it. You said that, if we have a kid, he might try to like play up his black side to be like cool or whatever, or in certain circumstances, use that mixed identity to his advantage. Yeah. And I used to, when I was younger, right? Because my father used to say stuff like, oh, you're not really black, you're a Garifuna and stuff like that. A little bit of that self-hate. And I don't do that now. Like, I don't identify as Garifuna. I identify as Black American because that's all I know. Garifuna are like an ethnic group of black people from Belize. Okay. And my father used to tell the story, that's not true, that Belize was founded by a bunch of black people who took over the slave boat and crash landed there and started their own country, which is not true at all. But he tried to tell us that because once again, that self-hate that lives in us says that we have to get away from our slave identity. But I embrace who I am now as a Black American on both sides, descended from slavery in different parts of the Americas. Yeah. And but when I was younger, I used to say I was Belizean because I feel like that used to kind of make me different. And I do admit I was raised a bit different than like some other, Black Americans. Like in my house, like we weren't eating like, I don't know, traditional all the time Black American foods, collard greens and like pork belly and, stuff like that. And fried chicken all the time. It was like tamales and enchiladas and tacos and stuff like that. Yeah. My mom got
it was a bit more oceanic.
Mexican influenced.
Okay.
Like Latin American
that doesn't
cuisine.
Come from Belize.
Yes, it does. Because Belize is surrounded by Latin American countries.
It does?
Yes.
Okay.
Belize is a country right under Mexico.
Okay. I know where it is.
If you did, then why'd you say Oceania?
Because Belize kind of sounds like a country who would be a bit similar to like Mauritius.
It is similar to Mauritius, yes.
So I always thought cuisine would be just like more sort of Creole and also like a bit like fish centric and all that. I don't know. I didn't really imagine it being like, as Mexican or Guatemalan as it is.
It's very Latin American.
Okay.
I'll say that. So KL jumped into the comments and says, great to see brothers with white ladies. I don't know who this person is. We're going to shake our head to that. Let's just shake our head together. Anyway, KL says, I was together with Albanian, Turkish, and Lebanese women. Let's shake our head together.
Stop.
That's not what this channel is for, buddy. This is not a Passport Bro channel.
We're literally discussing like the opposite of this.
We were discussing the opposite of this. I'm happily married, and I suggest all men get married. This is a square channel, guys. My channel is hella square. I'm a married man. I work. I'm bored. I'm a bad YouTuber. I'm very unsuccessful at most things in my life.
No.
So this is not the channel where I give you dating advice or speak.
This is not the Passport Bros.
This is not the Passport Bros. I don't hate on Black women. You'll never hear me say anything negative about Black women. I love Black women. I love Black people. I love all people, and that's not what we're doing here. But KL might be a troll. But anyway, Matt Villainy says, you wild, bro. Shout out to Matt Villainy. I think he's from Louisiana. Really cool dude. Y'all go check out Culturalist Theory. I got some new videos dropping soon. I just finished writing DJ Khaled. The man has 13 albums. It took me.
It was a struggle for the whole household.
Yeah, like all of January, from January 1st until today, I was writing about DJ Khaled. And now I'm going to be working on MF Doom. So, if you guys know any good links to like an MF Doom documentary or anything like that, send that my way. All right. Yeah. 318, we in the building. You know what it is. Matt Villainy, you from Monroe? You from New Orleans, Baton Rouge, Lafayette, Lake Charles? Let us know, man. Shout out to all Louisiana. We in the building. We something different, man.
Every time like you ask, or like any American asks where they're actually like from in the States, I always like remember that Kendrick lyrics where he says like, where your mama's from, where your daddy from. I'm like, why do people ask that so much?
Okay, he from Biara. He from Biara, Ratchet City, Baton Rouge.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they call it Biara. They don't call it Biara. They say Biara. Louisiana's weird, man. We say this stuff differently. Ara. Not R. Ara.
What is that?
The letter R.
That's kind of annoying.
Oh, man. I went down Baton Rouge one time. It's a cool city, but it's not New Orleans. But it's like a mini New Orleans. You get what I'm saying? I should have went to LSU, though. And Baton Rouge got some good food, too. All right. Where were we? The role of parents. All right. So I'm going to jump here. So some interracial families face discrimination in their communities. Some children from multiracial families report teasing, whispers, and stares when with their family. Children may also face pressure from society, peers, or their families to identify with only one race. I'm going to keep it real with you. My biggest fear is them being too light-skinned, because then people are going to say, what are you doing with that little white girl? Like when I'm playing in the park with my daughter. This is one of my biggest fears, low-key. Wow. Low-key. That's going to be, I hope they, got a little bit of tan at least. Like we sound like the royal family. We are the British royal family.
Simon, you know you're going to get mad at those people and you're just going to like, fuck them off. So. No. I don't know why you're worried about that.
If somebody says, what are you doing with that little white girl? And I'm like holding my daughter. I say, I know exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to love her. I'm going to kiss her. I'm going to take her home.
Why would you say that? That sounds sort of pedophilic.
It's not, because I love my daughter. I'm going to kiss her and I'm going to take her home.
Okay, well, why are you describing like that? Just say, tell them that you're her daddy.
Because I'm just going to troll them. I'm going to troll them so bad.
Wow, and you called police.
But see, it's totally different, because if you're walking around with like a very little, like a dark little black baby, they're going to say, you're so brave. You are so brave.
So brave or what?
That's what people are going to say. Like white people are going to be like, you are some of the best. I love them as people.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
That's gross.
Are you annoyed by all this?
No, but I can't be holding like my baby, and then they ask me like, what are you doing with that black baby? And I tell them, I'm gonna love him and I'm gonna squeeze him and I'm gonna take him home. I can't say that. That's weird.
How's that weird? That's what you do with your children. You love your children?
Yes, of course, but I don't know. It's just me being Turkish.
It's hilarious, man. So parents can help their children cope with their pressures by establishing open communication in their family about race and cultures, and by allowing curiosity about differences in skin color, hair texture, and facial features among family members. Parents can also help their children in the following ways: assist children with developing coping skills to handle questions and or biases about their background, help children deal with racism without feeling personally assaulted. That's very true. And I feel like this is why it's very important for those families to stay together, because,
But it's also important, like, yeah, they should know how to deal with racism without being like personally offended, but then they also should learn how to distinct when there's like an actual personal hate, or if it's just like a person who's asking you without malintention or like, weird stuff. Because honestly, like, you've been at your wedding and you've seen my family at our wedding. And yeah, if we have a kid, our kid is only going to be the first Black child in my family.
Right.
So, like, I don't know what type of questions our kid is going to face. But obviously, I can help with that, informing my family and stuff like that. But I would also, like, want those people to learn something from me, from you, and our children.
Right.
So, yeah.
I mean, the thing about your family is that generally they all showed me love. And they all are generally good people, right? And whatever you told them before before they met me, they were on their P's and Q's, and they were not racist. They were not like weird with me. They were cool. Everybody treated me like family. You know what I mean? And so I really do appreciate your family. Now, I'm not going to take away the fact that maybe somebody in your family might, try to touch their hair incessantly or like fetishize them because of their background and stuff like that.
I mean, I'm not talking about my immediate family, like my brother, my mother, and stuff like that, or my uncle.
I was talking about the people at the wedding. Generally, they were all cool.
I mean, yeah, like I didn't tell anything about like to my distant relatives who came to the wedding because I'm not, that close with them. Generally, what I told to like my close family was just like educating them on the N word, the Z word, and that was it, basically. And they understood and they were in code. So
that's cool. High five. High five. And that's all we need. That's just what we need. Like the whole reason, like, that we, talk about these sorts of issues, it's just so people can educate each other, just to be kinder to each other. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I feel like I would have been kind to your family if they, accidentally slipped up and said something or did something racist. Yeah. But, you talking to them shouldn't be such a big deal. And the thing is, people make it such a big deal whenever people just say, hey, let's try not to talk this way around people that are different, Yeah. All right. So encourage and support a multicultural life for the whole family, including becoming familiar with language, traditions, and customs of all family members. If possible, live in a diverse community where the sense of being different or unacceptable is minimized. And so, I think that goes back once again. If you are a mixed person or if you have mixed kids, it's important that you expose them to both parents' cultures and, let them know that they belong equally.
Yeah.
And that's easier said than done.
Of course.
It's easier said than done. Understand that children may have feelings of guilt or disloyalty to a parent if they choose to adopt the racial identity and or culture of one parent. That's deep. So recognize that children may identify with different parts of their heritage at different stages of development or in varied settings in order to fit in. So that's an interesting thing. So like, our kid might say, well, my daddy tells me I'm Black and the world is treating me like I'm Black. So I'm more Black than I am Turkish. And the only time I feel Turkish is when I come home and my mom is cooking me food and yelling at me in Turkish about not doing homework and stuff like that. Yeah. So I'm not really Turkish. And they might feel like inside, wow, I'm not, I kind of feel bad for my mom because I don't really like halal, or I don't really like watching Turkish dramas, or I really don't like arabesque music and stuff like that. And that's their choice to make. Or they might feel bad because, I really like arabesque more than Tupac, or I really like Turkish dramas more than I like, whatever my dad is trying to make me see. Oh, I'm a side again, Dad. Oh, you get what I'm saying? So I don't know. That's an interesting thing. What do you think about that?
I mean, in my case, I really wouldn't care that much like if my kid doesn't like Turkish music or Turkish TV or doesn't really resonate with that, because I understand like we're probably not going to be living in Turkey. And yeah, I understand my kid is probably going to only like feel or be in Turkey or feel like Turkish whenever like they see, I don't know, their grandparents, like their grandma, which is my mom, and stuff like that. And like that's what all of like sort of like my cousins who, you know, who are intercontinental,
like living abroad.
Yeah, like, you know, half Russian, half Turkish and stuff like that. And yeah, like they have Turkish classes, but then they probably feel mostly like Russian because they lived a long time in Russia and they have a Russian mother.
Right.
So I'm kind of okay with that. I wouldn't try to make my child feel bad about not being Turkish enough because honestly, I also don't feel Turkish enough sometimes. So I wouldn't force them to anything.
Right.
And yeah.
I mean, one thing that I worry about though is that because of the differences in like, you know, the standard of living in like America or Turkey and something like that, that they might feel like, oh, my American side is more superior than my Turkish side. And I hate going to Marmaris. They're so backwards back there. They eat weird food or stuff like that. Or maybe they have the totally different idea. I hate going to America. Everybody's fat. Everybody's stupid. Everybody's, you know, so different. You get what I'm saying? I would hate for them to, how can I say this? Hate on one side, even if we stay together and even if we're like the best parents we can be, you know, kids are still a person is gonna like what they're gonna like. Yeah. You get what I'm saying? And we can't make them like what we like or understand where we come from.
I mean, I understand that a little bit because like, even though I'm not like a mixed race, obviously, like my dad's side, I never really resonated with them because they're like super religious and like very conservative. And my mom's side is the opposite. But even though like I had to go to my dad's side to see my dad every year, like maybe two or three times a year or something like that. And I didn't really want to go there. But when I went there, I made like friends and, you know, I played with my cousins. I still had fun and stuff like that. And as I grew up and become an adult, yeah, there has been like more distance between them and me because now I'm not a kid anymore and I can't like just play with my cousins and forget about all the religious stuff that they're trying to like sort of put on me.
Yeah.
So I feel like as a kid, you will find like sort of games and fun and joy anywhere. Right. But yeah, if they do decide like they don't really resonate with it at one point in their life, and then maybe they want to go back to it at another point, like, you know, I would just like make them know that, you know, they're always welcome there. Yeah. It's their family too. And yeah, like with my other cousins who are half Russian, like all of my family like constantly invites them and, you know, wants them to be here, but they don't really like probably first they're still children, so they don't have the opportunity to travel alone and stuff. Yeah. And I mean, I don't know. None of them, they don't come often, but when they do come, I feel like they really like what they see and what they experience there. So I don't think that's really going to be an issue, honestly. Right. But if that is like, it's their choice. Like, what can I do?
I mean, when you're in that, you know, when you're a little kid, of course, you're going to find joy and play everywhere and stuff like that, right? But then when you go into that teen phase, like you're like, oh, I'm too cool for this. I just want to do something else. Oh, why am I around these sorts of people and stuff like that?
I mean, I'm still going to be taking them because they're teens. So they're going to be like in Marmaris with me, you know, kissing their grandmother's hand. Right. And all that stuff. And they're going to be eating sarma and dolma. And they're just going to have to put up with that for a week.
Okay.
And that's just the reality of like being in a family and being a child. Yeah. Because we all had to, you know, do that. But for example, like you went to Belize when you were a kid.
Yeah. And like I went to Belize and you know what, to be honest, when I first went there, I was like, oh my God, now I know why she left. Because it's third world. And like, you know, when you travel to the third world and you're there, you're like, wow. And you kind of want to go back because you miss warm showers. You miss, you know, not having to swat mosquitoes in your sleep and hearing dogs barking all night and stuff like that. But honestly, when I was younger, I didn't identify with that Belize side as much. But actually now, like when I'm older, I feel guilty that I've traveled to so many places and I did not spend as much time as I did in Serbia as I did in Belize.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So I actually do want to connect with my mother's side and like see where she came from and know that stuff.
I think the only problem like my kids might have with Turkey would be like sort of the racism aspect, because if they go to Turkey and they encounter like racist people and all that, then they might just be feeling like, like, bro, Turkish people are like racist to me.
Yeah, Turkey sucks.
And I don't really want to be there.
Yeah.
So, that would be my biggest fear. But then again, like, what can I do about it?
Okay, so I don't know what 41 average is talking about. He's having a conversation with himself.
No, he's changed my mind.
Change my mind. Oh, I thought he said I changed my mind. Okay, changed my mind. It is not possible to be pro-USA and support American dominance in the world without also supporting white supremacy to some extent. It is not possible to be pro-USA and support American dominance. Well, duh. I'm not going to change your mind. I mean, I'm not pro-American in the sense that I want America to dominate the world. I just want America to be a better place. I don't know if I came across as pro-American, but I'm pro-American in the sense that our country has proven to do exceptional things, and we can do even greater things if we instead focused on helping Americans rather than bombing Iraqis and bombing Afghans.
I think like the biggest dream that you have for America is it being like the first multi-ethnic, multi-racial, multi-religious like nation that just accepts like all of those people into the American identity.
Yeah.
Like healthily.
Yeah. Right. Because right now everybody's an American on paper, right? Yeah. But
not everybody's treated the same.
But not everybody's treated the same. Yeah. So I don't know if anybody wants to argue with 41 average. Y'all can go at it with him. I'm gonna go here to this next comment about raising mixed kids. So okay. Locate books, textbooks, and movies that portray multiracial individuals as positive role models, as well as books about the lives of multicultural families. Yeah, the whole wall is Obama, 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 Obama. The whole wall is just, because if you're going to have your mixed kid and he needs a multiracial role model, there's no one else other than Obama who lives up to it. Yeah. I mean, that's it. I don't know. You want to jump on that?
No, I mean, I think it's important for our kid to just like see Black American movies, normal American movies, Turkish movies, any movies. Yeah. Honestly, like we love all movies, so our kid is going to be seeing all movies too.
Yeah. Send movie recommendations. Y'all put them in the chat. We're going to drop some. Anyway, establish support networks for your child from the school, grandparents, relatives, neighbors, and the greater community. And for the majority of multiracial children, growing up associated with multiple races and cultures is enriching, rewarding, and contributes to healthy adult adjustment. Some multiracial children may be uncomfortable with their diverse heritages and may benefit from supportive counseling to help them clarify their feelings. Multiracial children who have emotional or behavioral problems may be referred for a psychiatric evaluation. And this is from, once again, the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. So I thought that was cool. Thought that was very good. Yeah. You agree with most of it?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I do agree with most of it.
Okay. Do you still want to jump on that topic about mixed people, or should we jump to something else? Or are you tired?
What topic about mixed people?
I found some half Turkish, half Ghanaian and stuff like that. I was gonna like read their stories.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
All right. So here's the story about this guy. This guy here looks like Drake. If anybody wants to comment on who they think he is, right? So this guy is half Turkish and half Ghanaian, right? And he says, I identify as a Muslim and I'm mixed race. My father is Ghanaian and my mother is Turkish. They met at university when my mother came to study English when she was 19. My dad kept trying his luck, but my innocent mom kept ignoring him, apparently. He was a charmer and she gave in the end. They got married, but my grandparents didn't approve at all. I wonder which ones. I grew up in London. I was around 7 years old when I first began to understand I was of mixed ethnicity. I have friends from many cultures. However, my closest are also of mixed heritage. I think it's simply because we grew up together and went to the same schools. When dating, I look for a woman who listens and supports me in my goals and ideas. I don't think there is still biased attitudes towards mixed race people. I think people just think I'm black, lol, but can't put a name on my heritage until I explain. I'm proud to be black, I guess, but I'm not fully black. I was in Turkey at around midnight, waiting at a bus stop, and this man kept staring at me for a long while as if he had never seen a mixed person before. I started speaking Turkish, and he nearly fell over. Soon after, my uncle arrived, and the guy staring was even more confused. If I had the opportunity to return, I would want to return as me. I'm proud of my achievements thus far and what I still have set out to do. I became a landlord at 24 simply from working hard, saving money, and looking at my credit rating. If he's a Turkish landlord, I know he's dirty. So I definitely hate him.
He's not giving back any deposits.
He's not giving back no deposits. You got to pay for the paint.
He grew up in Britain.
So I don't care, man. That it runs in his blood. It's in his genes.
Oh, God.
It's in his genes, Mortimer. Anyway, I'm now 26 and I own 2 properties.
Damn, I'm 26. I feel bad.
Yeah. Anyway, you're not 26. You're about to be.
I will be 26.
Like in a year.
In March.
Okay, I'm tripping. I'm lit. Okay. I'm now 26 and I own 2 properties. I owe a lot to my mother who kept me straight and taught me important values of life. We are both doing pretty well, I must admit. We grew up on a council estate. That's like the projects. Okay. So it was hard times. British places, even when they're in the ghetto, sound nice. The council estates.
What is that? Yeah.
It's the projects.
It sounds like you have like a counselor.
Yeah, I know, right? Anyway, we grew up on a council estate, so it was hard at times. I think culture sometimes prevent mixed race from happening. If my mother didn't allow me to go to Turkey and understand the culture as well as learn the language, I'd just be mixed race with no content. I can speak fluent Turkish as a result and visit my family a lot in Turkey. My dad didn't really involve me much in the Ghanaian culture, which is sad. I still eat African food and will always represent Ghana with full effect, but my heart lies in Turkey, I must admit. Very interesting story. What do you think about his story?
Yeah, it's very interesting because he's like living in a country where neither of his parents are from. So, and that might possibly our kid as well, thinking about it, because yeah, like you're American, I'm Turkish, and our kid is like Hungarian. So, right. Yeah, like I think that's like kind of like even more confusing than being mixed race, because yeah, then like basically except your dad and your mom, whole of the society is telling you're like belong to another culture, and then like at home you belong to 2 different cultures, and it's kind of like very hectic. I would assume. Yeah,
Ghanaian, British, Turkish, all in that one person and stuff like that.
Yeah,
I think it's definitely important to learn that language, especially for Turkish, because like the only way you can really get through to Turkish people is speaking their language. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Only way you can call out Turkish races is knowing Turkish.
Yeah, definitely.
Also.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it's very dope. Like you know how he talks about and stuff. It is sad that like he didn't really like get to know his Ghanaian roots. But I think like, you know, he seems like a wealthy man, so he probably has the opportunity and the money to go and travel in Ghana.
To go to Ghana if he wanted to.
Maybe he will in the future and stuff like that.
Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. I do think like, you know, whatever like culture your parents are from, I feel like you can find things that are attractive from both.
Yeah.
Because if we have our kid and then our kid goes to Turkey or goes to America, like goes to Louisiana, I don't know, goes to wherever, New Orleans and stuff like that, you know, I think like, you know, those places have a lot to love. So,
yeah,
you know, why be concerned about that?
Yeah. Because, you know, it's not just about being mixed race. Like he said, I like that line he said, mixed race with no content. So he could just be some, I hate to use the word mongrel or mutt, whatever, right? But because he picked up some culture from one side or the other, he now has more to his story.
Yeah.
Now, that is a little bit problematic because just being British in itself, you do have a culture. Like you speak like Harry Potter and you know all about wizards and ghouls and stuff like that.
Yeah, but then also like British people can't really put a dot on him.
Yeah, that's true. He's just another, mixed guy.
They're thinking like, is he black? Is he Middle Eastern? What is he?
Yeah.
And stuff like that. So
all right. So Mad Villainy said, Pain Hustlers, it's about pharmaceutical sales. The Raid, Redemption, it's an Indonesian action film. Those are two wildly different movies, but they both sound interesting. I'll check them out. I've never seen an Indonesian movie, so that will be interesting to see. John Wick, if you've never seen the series, I got to keep it real. We saw John Wick 4, and boy, it was bad. It was bad. I hated.
We both fell asleep.
We went to see it in the theaters, and it was not good. It was not good. Like, how does Keanu Reeves get paid millions of dollars to say 4 lines throughout an entire movie?
How does he not die?
How does he not die throughout that entire movie?
That's so unrealistic.
They're doing gun karate, like.
Yeah. Like 100 guys attack him.
Yeah.
While going up the stairs to like Sacré-Cœur in Paris, and then like he doesn't die.
Yeah.
I almost died just climbing the stairs.
That's crazy. All right, other story, Congolese and Turkish. So
where'd you find these?
I just typed it in.
Okay.
All right, 41 average says, do you like Nollywood?
We did see what was it? The Last Minute? Didn't we see
Tell me about it.
It's about the Last Minute Nairobi.
Are you talking about the movie
where the kid is like in the ghetto? Okay.
What is he doing? Are you talking about the boat? Like he's in the boat
not
going
the
to
boat.
Europe?
No. Okay.
What
was it? Last Minute Nairobi. Okay, wait.
That's Kenya. Nollywood is about Nigerian films.
Oh, sorry.
Anyway, I was like, how does Nollywood have to get into this? Anyway, I'm going to read the story about this half black, half Turkish girl.
But to answer the question, I didn't see any Nollywood movies. I don't think so. So if you have a recommendation, leave it.
I believe we saw that. No, we didn't. No. Yeah. Okay. Which city in Turkey do you guys live in? So we are not in Turkey. We are in Hungary. But yeah, I'm in Hungary. I was in Izmir 2019. Shout out to Izmir. I've only heard good things about the city. I haven't had a chance to go.
Yeah, it's a great city.
Why do you like Izmir?
It's the most liberal city. It's very beautiful, has a sea, has nature. It's not as big as Istanbul, so it's not as chaotic as Istanbul, but it has all the amenities that like a metropole would give you. So yeah, it's pretty chill.
I see. Okay. Now, just off like what you know, do you think a mixed race girl or a mixed race guy, like half black, either one would be better in Turkey or not? It would be easier. Like this girl would have it easier or this guy would have it easier?
I don't know.
No idea?
I would say like they would probably both face the same amount of struggle.
Really? Because I think maybe the man would have an advantage because of like Turkish patriarchy.
Yeah, but then also I would feel like marrying into a Turkish family would be harder for the male as well.
Really? I thought it would be harder for the girl because, you know, girl beauty, female beauty is put on a standard and oftentimes, you know,
not really.
No?
No.
In Turkey?
No, not that much, but I would just...
That explains a lot.
Why would you say that? No.
That explains so much.
Stop. Why did you ever think like that to begin with?
What?
Like Turkish girls are put up to a standard and stuff.
No, because female beauty is put up to a standard.
Yeah, I mean, that's general worldwide.
That is general worldwide. So when it comes to marriage, like...
No, but it's not like Japan, for example, where, you know, girls have to be like super skinny, have lighter skin, like just look like, you know, elves.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. There's not that sort of standard. Like when you're marrying into, like as a girl, when you're marrying into a family, they consider if you can cook, if you can be a good mother, if you're like respectful towards like your in-laws and stuff like that, basically.
but they also want to know about, her looks.
I mean, you see their looks, but if you have like very good qualities, they're not gonna care if you're like ugly or fat or whatever.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And then they'll put the pressure on the boy. Marry that girl. Marry her.
I mean, it's mostly thought as like, if our boy likes this girl and likes how this girl looks, then we're just gonna judge her on her like other qualities of being wife and a mother.
But I'm just saying, on first appearance, this girl looks very black to me, and I would not.
Can't really see her. Okay, this is better.
In my opinion, she looks very, very, very black to me. So I would say that in Turkey, she was going to be treated like a black girl, and they're going to always say, "Oh, you're not Turkish. You get what I'm saying?"
Yeah.
Unlike the guy, in my opinion.
I know, like,
Okay. All right. How was it as a passport bro, KL? Is KL a passport bro? I might make Ozzy a moderator because Ozzy be like just handling business. He be handling stuff in the chat. How do you know if Ozzy's a passport bro? I really might make Ozzy a mod, man. Ozzy, you might become a mod today. Just keep on doing your thing, man. Keep on doing your thing.
Anyway, I was gonna tell you, if you remember when we were like back in like Istanbul, fresh from Kenya, my mom's friend texted me, and she's this lady from Africa. And I'm sorry, I don't know which country she's from, honestly, but yeah, she's like very, phenotypically African-looking lady with a hijab. Yeah, she lives in Marmaris, and she's like friends with my mom, and her daughter got recently married, for example, and she looks like this.
You got to show the pictures.
I don't want to expose her.
Okay, all right, so she looks like Tinashe. You guys remember this? She looks like who does she look like? She looks like a slightly less cute Mariah the Scientist. You guys know Brittany Renner? Yeah, imagine Brittany Renner, but not slutty. That's who we're looking at right now.
What was Haley and?
Yeah, she has the eyes apart like Haley.
Like this.
Wait, is she Turkish though? Where is she from?
She her mom is from Africa. I don't know.
And her dad is what, Turkish?
I don't know that. I've never met her dad.
Wait, then how do you know this person at all?
But I would assume her dad is Turkish because her mom is more darker skinned.
I don't know what the hell. Why are we talking about this person? Do you even really know this person?
No. Yes, I know. I mean, when I was a kid, I didn't see her later. But anyway, she married into like this Turkish guy, basically. I was just gonna show you that.
Okay.
And yeah, I do feel like it's a bit easier if you're like a black girl marrying into the Turkish family.
Okay.
Because I feel like Turkish parents would be more discriminatory against men when it comes to race and stuff like that.
Interesting. Okay.
I don't know.
I think sometimes though, there might be some people, who want to marry black just because it's considered cool or something like that. You know what I mean? I'm not judging their relationship. I'm not judging their relationship. And that's the number one thing that has to stop in 2024. Like people coming online and seeing people in interracial relationships and judging them. And that's what I honestly hope to do with these live with AKDIs. Every time I come live with you, I want to try to show that we're like normal ass people and we have normal ass conversations and we can talk about everything. And yes, I am a person who is very interested in discussing issues related to race and stuff. But we watch all sorts of movies. We talk about every topic. We talked about AI and how important is sex in the marriage and relationship drama and shit like that.
Yeah.
I want our live streams to go and prove we are just full people, and we need to stop projecting this stuff onto people in interracial relationships. In my opinion, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I needed to check myself right there. I should have checked myself. I shouldn't say that. Some people might want to marry black girls just because they want to be down. I sound retarded. See, I gotta check myself. I feel
like because her family has been in Marmaris for a long time, and it's a small community, and she's such a nice lady, and so I feel also her daughter has been she grew up in Marmaris, and she speaks Turkish like I speak Turkish and all that. Because she was born in Turkey. So yeah, I feel in Marmaris, she's
pretty much like just Mauritian.
Mauritian.
Yeah. But then I don't know how people react to her when she goes like to other cities and stuff like that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right, sorry. Let me read this story. So I identify as mixed race, Christian, and heterosexual. Okay, so she's not Turkish. All right, so moving on to our next topic. No Christian Turks allowed. We don't
read
do that.
It.
Astaghfirullah. All right. My mom is full Congolese and my dad is full Turkish. They met in Belgium. I grew up in London, England. I first began to acknowledge I was mixed race at a very young age, roughly around the age of 6 or 7. Luckily, I haven't had to experience any difficulty with my race. Growing up in London was pretty easy because of how diverse it is. I don't think my mixed race heritage has had an effect on my work/personal life. Most of my friends are either mixed or black. Sorry, I read that same line over again. I'm on repeat. I'm still nice. I'm still lit. Okay. I think my upbringing has a lot to do with that. It's also what I am used to. I do have a few Caucasian friends, and I believe it also has something to do with the area I live and grew up in. I like to say I'm open to any race when it comes to marriage, but I know what I would be more comfortable with, especially because of my family. What is it?
I'm gonna assume black because she has more mixed or black friends.
Okay. What happened to my parents is something I always want to avoid. Okay, what happened to her parents?
They had a mixed race marriage.
Okay. Okay, so this girl doesn't want to be in an interracial relationship because she's the product of those relationships and said, oh,
maybe like bad. The Turkish side was like super racist or something.
Well, she said she didn't have any problems with race growing up.
No, I'm talking about the Turkish side of the family, not her environment.
Okay. All right. Well, what happened to my parents is something I always want to avoid. I believe mixed race people are misunderstood, and I have been my entire life. A lot of my mixed race friends could say the same thing. I do not speak Lingala or Turkish, but I speak French. Congolese people speak French as well, and being raised in the Congolese household, I had no choice but to understand French. I was born in Belgium as well, and my father speaks French. That's his main language. My mom isn't so comfortable with Lingala, and I believe that's why I was never taught Lingala. Not living with my dad my whole life, I missed out on the Turkish culture, but not everything. I connect more with my mother's Congolese culture. When asked, where are you from? I explain I was born in Belgium and I am a Belgian citizen living in the UK. But my heritage is half Turkish and half Congolese. I appreciate the mix of cultures I experience, and I am always proud of who I am because of where I come from. Being misunderstood because of the way I express myself to others, it can be a problem. If I had the opportunity to be reborn, I wouldn't change a thing. I am proud of who I am and where I come from. My mix is very different and unusual. It's made me the person I am today. What'd you think about her story?
That's interesting. I mean, I can see like our child kind of looking like this. Kind of looking like her.
Yeah. Well, my nose ain't like that. Nothing wrong with her nose. I'm just saying, don't do me.
Okay.
But she does have your hair.
Yeah.
Why am I yelling? I am lit. That's how lit I am.
I mean, it's interesting. I don't know why, but in both stories, like the people connected more with their mother's side. But I don't know, because that's like the house is run by the mother.
Yeah, mom's always nice.
Yeah, so I don't know if it's that, but yeah, it's always sad that you have like this person who's not so connected to her other side. But I'm sure like she's curious about like her Turkish identity and her Congolese identity.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I feel like also with like sort of mixed people living in another country they're not from, I feel like also those parents are a bit disconnected from their own countries as well. At least I am.
You feel disconnected from Turkey?
Sometimes, yeah.
But you spend so much of your time in Turkey, you know?
I did, yes. Of course I still connect to it, but like how am I going to feel after like 10 years of, let's say, living in Hungary, you know?
I mean, it depends
on... And I'm raising a child like in this country.
I mean, it depends on if you pick up Hungarian or not, or if you if we continue to sort of like live isolated in our bubble and stuff like that.
That's how it kind of feels with these people, because she said like French is her father's main language and her father is Turkish. So I'm thinking like, okay, maybe like his parents were Turkish, but he grew up in France or something like that, you know? So I feel like also for the other one as well, for the guy, like both of their parents lived in Britain, probably moved there like for work or something and then just stayed there or So I feel like just in general, as a whole family, you kind of go through that search a little bit.
Yeah. Definitely. I think people connect with their mothers because moms are generally nicer. There is a bond between children and their moms that's different than fathers and stuff like that. Yeah. So, I think that's the big part of it. Let's jump into the comments right here. So Ozzy says, LOL at Luca Brazzi. I don't know what they're talking about. They were having like a whole mini discussion.
Ozzy is the real one. He got to put up with Floyd.
Who's Floyd? I have no idea who Floyd is. I think these guys like know each other behind the scenes or something like that. I don't know. Maybe there's
a WhatsApp group that you're not in.
There's a WhatsApp group.
They just talk shit about you.
There's a WhatsApp group where they roast my channel and just hype me up.
Yeah, they just roast both of us.
They just roast both of us, man. But I'm a bad YouTuber. This is SadTube. This is what SadTube looks like. Mad Villainy said, I'm glad you two have these discussions here. I'm not around people. Cool. I have the thing blocking it. I don't know what it says. Let's see. Okay. All right. I'm not around people cool enough to have these conversations. Okay. That's cool. And by the way, Mad Villainy, if you have anything you want us to chop it up or chat about, let us know. We're definitely going to be reviewing those movies. I'm going to put this down in the chat and send that to AKDI.
I'll add it to my list.
Yeah, we're going to definitely review them. But you guys, if we review the movies that you guys suggest, you got to show support. You got to leave comments on them, like them, let us know what you think. And on top of that, you guys can always like jump into the X rooms that we make. Like it's open for anybody. My Twitter, and everybody can follow me on Twitter and we can have those discussions about those movies. And that's what we're going to be doing. But this week, I will be starting political commentary again. I took about 2 weeks off to cool off a bit, but I'm about to tear it up because that bitch ass nigga Tim is about to get his ass tore up. Fuck that nigga Tim. Fuck that nigga Tim Loban. And fuck all the Albanians that be coming into my comment section saying racist shit to me every single day. I'm about to tear this whole thing up. I'm going to blow my channel up straight up. I'm going to blow my channel up and just start dropping videos crazy because y'all don't really realize I work hard as hell, but I can work 10 times harder. I've literally been holding back as much as I could do. For real. Y'all don't really know me. Y'all don't really know what I could do. You get what I'm saying? Tim is not wilding again. I just gave Tim a little bit more thought in my space today, in my mind. So 41 average.
If you watch the beginning of the video, you can see like the whole conversation about Tim.
Yeah, but we're going for a record today with the live stream. But 41 average says, I'm always curious about where would be the best places to raise black or mixed black children. 41.
We don't know.
We don't know. We already.
You tell us.
You tell us. 41 average, tell us. I don't know if you're in a relationship or not, but let's say you were with somebody of the total opposite race, right? And you had to pick a country that was neither yours nor hers or his. Who knows what gender you are or your orientation. What country would you pick? I would be interested to know what would you pick. So.
We talked a little bit about international schools in the beginning, so you can go back to the beginning of the live and kind of see that.
Okay. So Ozzy says UK seems good based on what we read. Generally, I feel like the UK is very diverse. UK is not bad for mixed race people, especially like the bigger cities like London and stuff like that.
Yeah, I would kind of assume it's like America without the guns.
America without the guns. America without the guns. Okay. What do you think about international schools? I said something about international schools, like she said at the beginning. But for me, international schools, as an English teacher, because I'm an English teacher, guys, and take a shot every time I say that in a video or in a stream. They're a scam. They're really a scam because the international schools don't have better education in general. It's only for people that really want their kids to pick up English as a native language. That's all. Yeah. You understand? You understand? Or do y'all feel me? That's all it is. Because I used to teach at one, and all you have are rich people sending their kids to these schools just so they learn English from, guys like me.
What is your X handle, Simon?
What do you mean X handle?
X name, I guess.
Oh yeah, I gave it out, but I'll tell it again. Laji M Riki, all one word. Laji M Riki. Y'all see it on every movie review. It's right there on the screen. Okay. I wanted to ask you about these things. Is that okay?
Sure.
Some relationship questions. Is that okay?
Stretch.
You got to stretch. Can you roll me one? You can roll me one.
Filters?
Yeah, we have filters. If we don't have filters, they're in the red bag. If you find the red backpack, it's up there. So yeah, I wanted to just chop it up with people. Ozzy, Tim is not Walden, but yeah, what he said has really bothered me. What he said about black people being ghetto really, really bothered me and stuff like that. So that's why I just wanted to go off on him today. Plus, he wrote a long text message to me where he was cursing me out in Game of Thrones. He wrote to me like he was writing to, I don't know, Lord Dragondor or something. And I just wanted to reply to that. But y'all let me know what I should chop it up this week about, because there's a lot happening politically, culturally, socially, and stuff like that. And I haven't really been doing any commentary. I have been seeing Mark Lamont Hill tearing it up on YouTube. If anybody's watching Mark Lamont Hill's content, I'm consuming a lot of that. Like a lot of his stuff I disagree with because he's very, very pro, Palestine. Almost all of his videos are about what's happening in Palestine and stuff like that. But occasionally he's getting involved in the topics that are permeating around blackness as well. Roland Martin is doing a great job on constantly covering black stories and stuff like that. There was a very interesting story that Roland covered on his channel about the bowling team at FAMU, the girls bowling team. So they have finals like this week. And one of the girls said, hey, I'm going to focus on my finals exam rather than come to bowling practice. And the coach kicked her off the team, and now she lost her scholarship. And I'm like, sounds about white. Sounds about white. You get what I'm saying? If black people can't play sports for the school, we got to kick them out the school. I don't know, man. That was really, but Roland Martin is always covering like the real black topics. And I want to salute Roland Martin for not dedicating so much of his time and his, how can I say, programs to just covering black issues. I mean, Palestine issues and foreign policy and stuff like that. Tariq Nasheed has been missing in action. We don't know where he is.
That's the guy who does phone calls?
Yeah, that's the guy who hops on Twitter Spaces and just yells at, Africans who hate on Black Americans and white supremacists on Twitter, and it's hilarious. But I really want to do a film review for Buck Breaking. That's really what I want to do, and we'll probably do that tomorrow or something like that. But I think a Buck Breaking film review with Simon and AKDI will be the funniest thing of all time.
Is that a movie?
It's a movie, and I think it's worth reviewing. I think it's worth having that discussion. What do y'all think? Should we review Buck Breaking? Y'all let me know. And Fiji said must be the best place for black peeps. Hey, Fiji might be your place. I'm just saying that I think we should be able to live wherever we want to live. That's best for you personally, and that could be Fiji or that could be Philadelphia. But it's up to you as a black person. You want to stay right there while I ask some questions?
Yeah, I'll come later.
All right, cool. All right, so we're going for a record with this stream. Trust me. Last week, we pushed it to the limit, and this time we're pushing it again. This is a Sunday tradition. I hope my wife doesn't hate me. I enjoy talking to her on the stream.
I do, too.
All right, then.
I don't hate you. Don't worry.
All right, let's go. All right, so here are the 15 hardest relationship questions.
Okay.
That will really make you think. Now, some of these are basic. I can't lie.
Okay.
This article's from BuzzFeed. It's like from 2017. So
I used to be so obsessed with BuzzFeed when I was in high school.
I used to be obsessed with BuzzFeed when I was in college. So at the same time, BuzzFeed was peak for a minute.
Yeah.
BuzzFeed was peak.
And then it became mainstream, and it just got all downhill from there.
They stopped writing articles, and literally an article would be like GIFs. They're like, can you believe what Seth Meyers did yesterday? And then it'd be a GIF of like, yeah, exactly. Like, what is that? That's not journalism. Y'all are lazy. They were hiring anybody. If you could speak emoji, you had a job at BuzzFeed. If you could read the hieroglyphics of a 13-year-old in a text message, you got a job.
Yeah, they just went capitalism on that website.
Yeah.
And now it's like product reviews and weird celebrity shit.
Yeah. And 10 reasons why sex is sexist. That was like a buzz.
And then there's like a gif of, I don't know, Kate Blanchett. I don't know if I said that name right.
Yeah, BuzzFeed is trash. I think they fired all their writers, and BuzzFeed was peak like 2017. I remember being history class. Ozzy just left a chat comment saying that. All right, so here's the question. First question. By the way, shout out to Ben Henry. Shout out to all the writers. I know how hard it is, especially before ChatGPT. Jesus Christ. So you and your partner have been together for a couple of years. When they forget your birthday, you wait all day for them to acknowledge it, but by the next morning, they still haven't said a word. Would you end the relationship?
No.
Would you would break up with me if I forgot your birthday?
No, I wouldn't. I'm not that big on special days. And also when I was in high school, I think it was like 2006, and I forgot my mom's birthday. And then she told me like the next day, and I felt really guilty. So since then, I don't really like get hung up on like special days, honestly. I would like, if I tell you something, if I tell you that, hey, Simon, like it's my birthday today and you forgot, I think, then I would expect you to do something to make up for it. Like take me out on a date or something. Yeah. If you don't do that, no, that's a problem. But if you just forget because it was hectic or something, then that's cool.
I think we got a lot of fellas in the chat right now. So fellas, if you have a girl and your girl forgot your birthday, would you dump her? Would you break up with your girl if she forgot your birthday? Let me know.
What about you?
All right, I'm gonna keep it real with you. If you forgot my birthday, I'm gonna throw a fucking hissy fit.
Wow.
I'm turning up. Don't you dare forget. My birthday is sacred to me because I have special moments and memories of my birthday, and it's the one day where I at least get to feel special. At least I
will still make you feel special. But what if I had like a hectic day and then it's a hectic week or something?
When is my birthday? I don't know.
But the thing is, I usually buy gifts for you or do something or plan for you like 2 weeks before your birthday. So it's very low possibility that I will forget.
Right. The reason why is because women love, and this is where I'm sexist, but women react to things differently than men. And this is my belief. But women love like planning special events and doing nice things for people that they really care about. They love that. So if you're most women, the woman that only matters here, my wife.
Giving gifts and doing special things is my love language.
Yes, exactly. Yes. So if you forgot to do that for me, I would know that you are really pissed at me about something, or you just don't love me, or that side dick is hitting differently. And so two things have to happen. Somebody's got to die or I got to leave. So, and that's what I'm saying. Like, if you forget my birthday, that's a big problem. But I'm glad to know that I can forget your birthday. So I'm going to do that one time.
No,
I'm not going to forget. I'm just going to say I did forget because now I know.
Still don't forget it. But I'm not going to I'm not going to throw a sissy fit if you forget.
Okay.
I would feel bad though.
Okay. Mad Villainy said, I think I'll break up with a girl for a lot of petty stuff, but a birthday, not one of them. That's his right. But this in Mad Villainy in Louisiana, like when it's our birthday, we put the dollars on your shirt and you want everybody to know it's your birthday. So I used to do that too. And you know what? I like that feeling of like just feeling like a king for a day. Like when I got married and everybody was saying, this is your day. This is your day. I was like, yeah, this is my day. It's really my day. Yeah. I wasn't trying to be humble with it at all. I'm like, no, it's not my day. I'm like, no, this is my day. You will bring me a bottle of champagne. I had 3 hours left on my day. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I don't know. I like that attention on a birthday.
Of course. I like it too, obviously, yeah.
Yeah, so Ozzy says, yes, I was going to say the same thing. Women don't forget things like birthdays. Yeah, if your girl forgets your birthday, that side dick hit differently, bro. Her side dude knocking her world out. 100. 41 average says, what are the benefits of smoking? None at all. And please don't smoke. Please don't be like me. Okay. Matt Villainy says, unless she gets mad, I didn't remember her birthday. Okay. Are you saying you're going to say you forget if you and your girl have a fight? Like she's going to be like, you ain't get me no birthday present. You're going to be like, oh, I forgot. But really it's because she got mad. I don't really get it. But yeah, I think you have to at least say happy birthday. You don't have to give a gift. You don't have to do anything special. But you got to at least make me feel special. That's the important thing about a birthday.
Like I don't expect a gift, but you have to at least like give me a nice speech, tell me how much you love me and how I'm great.
I think the important thing is just time and doing something different.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't have to even take them out. You just have to do something different. Like this is the day where you get the best foot massage ever. Or this is the day
for them.
Or this is the day where I cancel all my classes and I just spend time with you.
Yeah.
Right. Or something. I don't know. We go out for a nice walk, coffee, drinks, whatever. You know what I mean? It's just about time.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah.
But so all right, second hard relationship question. All right, this is the question, fellas and AKDI. Let's build. So you and your partner haven't really been having sex recently. When you sit down to talk about it, they say they want to experiment and ask if you'd be happy to open the relationship for a trial period. Would you end the relationship? So you and your girl ain't been smashing. She comes to you and says, hey, let's open up this thing. If she says open up the thing, it's already been open and you just late. You're the last one to know.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not doing the whole like, oh, we're open and we're doing the break thing and stuff like that. Specifically, like if I'm married, which I am. So yeah, I'm not doing a break. Like I'll only do a break like if you cheat on me or something, then I'm gonna be like, okay, Simon, we're taking a break, and I don't know. That's the only time that I would take a break. Like if you do something that might cause us to be separate.
But let's keep it real. Let's keep it absolutely real. You were saying yesterday it's understandable that Winnie Mandela got some side D while Nelson was locked up. So let's say in this situation, we're not having sex recently because I am fighting apartheid and you are horny. So are you saying that you wouldn't ask to open up the relationship?
No.
Honestly, if I was locked up like Nelson Mandela.
27 years you're locked up?
Listen, if I was locked up like Nelson Mandela and you came to me like a real woman with your titties out and looked me dead in the eyes and said, Simon, I love you, but I gotta come. And I know you're fighting apartheid, baby, but I need somebody to apartheid these walls. I'm going to say, you know what? I respect that. But no. But no, I respect you.
Knowing myself, no. I don't think I would need that. I don't think I can do fine with myself and my, sex toys. Probably.
Okay.
I'm guessing that I would be like that, but
Okay.
27 years is a very long time to not get D.
Okay. So, what would you guys do if your girl asked you, to open up the relationship?
What about you?
If you asked me,
yeah.
I already said the answer is no. If I'm in jail fighting apartheid, no. If I'm just like on the couch chilling every single day, no. Wow. No. Yeah. Because no man wants to hear about another man being inside his lady.
Yeah.
Unless that is your sexual fetish.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. If you actually like,
Yeah, I feel like you have to be on another level if you're willing to do those like thruples or open relationship type of things. Like you have to be like almost like too confident, too self-confident in yourself and in your relationship as well.
Yeah.
That you would think like, our relationship is going to survive an open stage.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely hard to survive once you cross that path, because you might think in theory, it's just sex. Sex doesn't mean anything. but it does mean something.
Yeah, I think it's gonna just make everything too complicated and even build up like more drama.
Yeah. Okay, so Ozzy said women in Japan don't mind their men doing the D with pros. I don't know if that's true, but Japan is just weird. Japan is just wild, man.
Yeah.
I feel like in Japan you can get like a robot pro from a vending machine.
Yeah. Like I'm gonna admit something. When I was like, in my teens and stuff, I always used to say like I'm not getting married and all that sort of things. And also I used to say like, okay, like if I do get married, I can have like, one day of the year where like me and my husband separate and then we just like act like we're not married and we can like do whatever we want and then we come back and then like we just don't tell each other. I thought I was that open person, but like now I can't do that.
Yeah. That's wild.
First of all, like I don't want to do that. I don't want to be with another person. And then second of all, even if you wanted to do that, I don't think I can handle that because I'm going to just like hold a grudge against you.
Yeah. That sounds like an idea Bob pitched to Abishola like in season 5, episode 6.
If you actually watch the series, it would be what Abishola would pitch to Bob.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. That was an inside joke. But yeah, I hate that show. Bob love Abishola. I don't know. They say it's because there's no feelings attached. Yeah, but of course there's no feelings attached to the pro if you sleep with the pro, but the problem is the feelings of your woman back home. And Japan is just weird when it comes to their sexuality. Like a country that has a falling birth rate where nobody has sex, yet they produce all the hentai, all the 3D animation tentacle stuff. And apparently, like Ozzy says, you can sleep with pros and your wife is just going to give you a high five. I don't know.
That's
I don't
wild.
know. Very wild. Number 3, here's the third situation. On your wedding day, you find out that your partner had an affair. When you confront them about it, they swear that it's over and you believe them. The wedding is all paid for and your guests have started to arrive. Would you end the relationship right there? So literally on your wedding day, you find out that your partner cheated on you. Mm-hmm. Everybody's there. It's not like wedding day, like, you just woke up. It's like wedding day, you are about to walk down the aisle. Yeah. And everybody's looking. Do you do it? Do you not do it?
I feel like if you start your relationship like that, it's just, I can't.
Technically, your marriage is not your wedding is not the start of your relationship.
Yeah, but if you start your married life like that, I feel like that's hella like unhealthy because I don't know. If I have like a doubt in my mind that might be true, then yeah, I'm not walking down that aisle because I'm not gonna just like be with someone who cheated on me just because we paid for the wedding.
I would say
and the reason for that is like then we get married and then like we have to get a divorce.
I'm gonna say this. Usually when you have your wedding, you're already legally married. It's not like you get to your wedding day and you're signing the legal documents right there.
I mean, in Turkey it is. I know we didn't do it like that, but in Turkey, that's when you get married legally as well.
Okay. Well, in America, it's usually that wedding ceremony is after you've already legally been married. But if it was, I would say if it was like in Turkey, I don't know if there will be a way that I could like get around signing the papers. I might just enjoy the party and the food and get really wasted and drunk and pretend like we're still cool. Then the next day, never talk to you again.
Wow.
So I would just like have a great party.
Okay.
But either way, if we're not married, like in the American tradition, well, no, if you're already married, you might as well just go ahead and have the party.
I mean, yeah, if you're already married, then you're gonna have to deal with that later on.
Yeah. I feel like just go ahead and have the wedding for me.
Yeah.
The relationship is over. The wedding is not. We gonna turn up. Oh, we gonna cut up.
I'm gonna be drunken like champagne.
Oh yeah, and then at the end of the night, I'm gonna grab the microphone. Let me tell you about this hoe. Let me tell you what she did. You get what I'm saying? So, yeah. Mad Villain, he said toot sweets. I don't know what toot sweet is. 41 average says, what do you guys know about Hawaii? Do you know the term haole? Haole is like a word for white people in Hawaii. This is a word
like
that means
Mzungu.
Yeah, it's like Mzungu.
Okay.
One of the two racist terms for white people. There's a bunch of them, but I don't feel like saying them. So, all right. Question number 4. You've been with your partner for a little while when you find out they cheated in their last relationship. It wasn't that they were unhappy or that there were problems in the relationship. They just slipped up. They slipped and fell on a dick, or slipped and fell in some pussy. Would you end the relationship? If they cheated in their last relationship and they're with me and they didn't cheat, no.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. No.
I feel like I don't really believe like once a cheater, always a cheater when it's in different relationships.
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel like if you cheated on a different relationship, you probably got like some sort of lesson from that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would discuss it like openly. I would put it out on the table and I would be like, okay, so tell me what happened and please just like be 100% honest with me. And I'm not gonna like accuse you of anything and stuff like that. But yeah, I wouldn't like hold it against them.
Let's say you meet all of my exes and they all say, you don't know about Simon? He's a serial cheater, master manipulator. What if you met them and they just like really just go off like that? Would that change your mind? Would you end the relationship? If you like really had like a girl summit and all my exes walked into the room and just told their horror stories, or would you stay with me and say, that's my man, I ain't letting you hoes talk about my man?
Wow. No, I wouldn't end the relationship. It would definitely put a doubt in my mind, but knowing how you are now, I would try to believe that you're a changed man.
Yeah.
Because like you're cool with me. So, but it would definitely like, if anything were like that to, insinuate like you're cheating or something like that, I would definitely like, slap your face with those words that your exes said about you.
Wow. What if they walk in and say, you don't know Simon. It looks like he's always at home, but he keeps hoes right under the floor. He got trapped.
Say something real, Simon.
He got trap doors. You don't open all the... You didn't know the trick? All you got to do is open that closet door and turn the bell lights off twice and like hose fall from the ceiling.
That's dumb. That's dumb. I'm not answering that question.
I'm just saying.
A real question.
That would be hilarious. What if there was a movie like that?
Wow.
Like, The Perfect Man. I'm sorry. I'm stupid. I'm lit right now.
What
really
about
nice.
you? What if all my exes came to you and told you I was a cheater, and then what would you do?
I'm going to be real. Like, once again, it's different for men and women. But if I found out that my girl was a serial cheater, it's different. It's different. Because, listen, a lot of women expect men to cheat, but if a woman cheats, usually it's a big deal.
So you would break up with me if my exes told you
I would not break up with you off of some words of another man, because there might be jealousy there. They might want to get you back, right? So no. But I would definitely really, really talk to you about it.
Okay. Yeah, I would do the same.
Yeah, but it would be like a real serious discussion. Oh man, I don't know what Mad Villainy is laughing at, but I don't know French. I studied French in high school, but
it means immediately in French.
So how do you say too sweet?
Too sweet.
Too sweet.
Too sweet.
Croissant.
No, too sweet.
Too sweet.
Anyway,
I'm gonna just say let's go.
Oh. What?
Go. I think that's how they say the O sound in Spanish. I don't know.
Wow.
Let's go. Anyway, number 6, you find out from somebody else that your partner has kissed another person. You thought you were both happy and there seems to be no reason for it. Would you end the relationship? Kiss somebody, that could be a girl. So if you kiss a girl and I know you're not a lesbian, right? I'm gonna be okay. You randomly kiss some guy, then yeah, of course.
Yeah, I don't know. But it's so dependent on like the context and stuff like that, because I don't know, like maybe it was like I don't know, it's a drunk night and then like some girl like pulls you and kisses you and you kiss her back, but then you remember like you're drunk and you're married, so then you push them and nothing ever happens, and then like you don't know that person, you don't talk to that person ever again. I can understand that. But if this is a person that you know and then you had a kiss with her, then that's going to be a problem.
Yeah, it would have to be a very extreme circumstance. Yeah. Like you had to kiss.
It depends on the circumstance.
All right, like you had to kiss this man to stop the next like nuclear war, right?
Okay.
Like something like that. Like Vladimir Putin says, "Kiss me,"
and you're fine with that, but I'm not.
I'm just saying it would have to be.
I'm letting the world burn.
It would have to be a very extraneous circumstances, but passes for girls in general. All right, so. Nelson Moreno comes out wild. He comes out swinging. Ain't been in the chat for a while, but just comes out saying, yo, if you had a son and he visited Epstein Island along with Bill Clinton and Stephen Hawking, would you disown him? He just comes out the gate. My man just said, yo, let's go. He said, my man said, fuck this shit. I'm going to throw a monkey wrench in this thing. He said, fuck it.
That's insane.
If my son went to Epstein Island.
No, I wouldn't disown him. I would definitely like admit him to a therapy session, like just a therapy bombardment.
Man,
and he's gonna get fixed.
I'm gonna just say no snitching. I'm doing no snitching.
And you're just gonna like go with the flow.
What am I gonna do? Send my son to jail?
No, you're gonna send him to the therapist.
I'm gonna ask him what he saw.
Definitely ask him that.
Did Stephen Hawking really have the midgets climbing the board, like doing math equations, twerking? I don't know. Nelson throwing grenades. He's just like, yo, let's go.
That was insane.
Yo, the craziest thing about Epstein Island is like it's in the middle of the Caribbean. I think like somewhere near like Cuba and like Haiti or something like that. So the craziest thing is like maybe there were like immigrants like washed up on shore on Epstein Island. Like imagine like you're trying to flee Cuba, you got your little boat.
And then they just took him in and fucked them.
I don't know, man. I don't know. But it was just wild.
Yeah, but also like the thing about Epstein Island, like okay, so my son went there, but what did he fuck?
What? Okay, all right.
Is he like doing it with little girls, or is he like doing it with like prostitutes?
All right, let's keep it real. Let's keep it real. And I hate Jeffrey Epstein, and everything he did was gross. But just because you went to Epstein Island, does that mean that you really was smashing something?
Yeah, like what did he do?
No, but I'm asking.
Who did he smash?
I'm asking the real question here. Are we really going to say everybody went there and smashed something?
Why else would you go there?
I don't know, man.
Because if you go there, you're kind of risking something.
I don't know. I want to give my son the benefit of the doubt that he didn't go there. Number one, if my son is rich enough to hang out with Epstein, I probably did a good job as a father. Let's keep it real.
Okay, so Epstein was a rich man, so his father did a good job with him?
No. But if I was able to come up from the ghetto culture that I have, and I was able to produce a son who is so wealthy and so powerful that he was invited to Epstein Island, I could at least say, well, I did my best. It wasn't that bad.
No.
You get what I'm saying?
No, I'm taking him and putting him into treatment.
I'm just saying. We're poor. We're poor right now.
So,
and if we have Epstein is dead. I don't know.
We don't know that.
I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying it's very unlikely that I'll ever meet Bill Clinton or Barack Obama. And you get what I'm saying?
Okay.
Or Jay-Z and shit like that. So I don't know. If he smashed legal girls, what's the problem? Mad Villainy coming in through. They're throwing grenades.
I mean, if he smashed legal girls, then I mean, there's still a little bit of problem because of all the island thing, but it's way better than him smashing like little girls. So.
Yo, Nelson throwing grenades. I don't know if he trolling, but he just want to get this thing stirred up. Stir it up. Nelson said, if your partner was an actor and they did a nude scene in a movie without telling you, but they got paid $900K, would you break up? Hell no. Because I got $800,000 now. I got a lot of money now.
Wow.
Oh, you making executive decisions, huh?
Wow.
What you talking about? Getting naked in a movie? Shit. Honestly, no. It's her body, her choice. But it's our money now.
I mean, I wouldn't break up with you if you did that, but I would just question, like, why didn't you tell me?
Yeah. You know what's crazy? Recently here in Budapest, I did like some acting where I had to pretend to be in like a relationship with somebody and stuff like that. And it was all like very like innocent and stuff, no kissing or anything like that. But you were telling me like, don't you dare kiss her.
Was there any physical contact?
It was just stuff like this, like, hey, babe, you want to play this game called Domino, da-da-da-da-da-da, and that's it.
Okay.
That's all it was. It was nothing. And like, as soon as the guy yelled cut, she was like, I need a cigarette. I was like, damn, bitch, you racist.
I need a cigarette.
I know, right? Yeah, she was French. So, yeah, I mean, acting is different, Like, I could understand how actors somehow like form bonds and like maybe stuff on set and stuff like that. But,
Yeah. But then that's also like, I don't know. They have to be in a small island off of Scotland for, I don't know, 9 months.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously it's kind of natural if you develop a feeling like that.
Yeah, definitely.
And they don't see their like spouses and stuff.
Yeah. All right. Here's a good one. It's not really a good one. I'm just trying to hype y'all up. It's really bad. It's so basic. This is why BuzzFeed fell off. All right, number 6. Your partner tells you that they had sex with somebody else. Their excuse is that they were really drunk. And they seem sincerely sorry about it. Would you end the relationship? Like, that's so 7th grade. So, like, imagine, like, Brad is drunk and he, like, sleeps in casing. Would you, like, leave Brad? Like, what is that?
I mean, if they really seem sincere about it, I wouldn't end my relationship, but there's definitely going to be like a tough time that we're going to go through.
Yeah.
I would say. Like, this is the time where I'm taking the break.
Yeah. I don't know. Extremely drunk that you had sex with somebody else.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, I'm going to be questioning everything about that.
Yeah, no.
And it's not going to be easy. And they have to like earn my trust back from 0 to like 90%.
Yeah. I mean, that's automatic. No, I don't even know how that could be really complex. These are supposed to be hard. That's like really easy. All right. This one might be better. All right. You find out your partner has been messaging somebody else. The messages are flirty and you're not happy with them at all. But as far as you're aware, your partner hasn't met up with the person they're texting. Would you end the relationship? So I feel like every girl goes through this. Especially in the modern day, every girl will look through their phone and find something from their man and just be utterly disappointed because men, we always fall short. But as far as being a man, finding out my girl did that, it will be definitely cause for concern. I don't know if I would end the relationship right then, right there. It depends on how racy they get. Flirty. But I don't know if they're like sending nudes back or talking about, I'm trying to hop on that
I don't think like nudes are on it, but it's just sort of like flirty.
Yo, this chat is wild. My chat is out of control. My chat is better than BuzzFeed. Chat better than BuzzFeed. Yeah, that's right. 100. I'm giving y'all all a 100 right now. 100 to all y'all. Shout out. All right. So Jay Ventress said, if you had a friend who asked you to help them kill someone that brutally killed their 2 sons, would you help them risk jail time? Damn, we mafia now. I am not a blood. I am not a Crip. I'm not a GD. I'm not a Vice Lord. I'm not a gangster disciple.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
It's wild.
My answer is I wouldn't help them, but I wouldn't tell on them either.
Yeah.
I would just be like, I never saw anything, so I'm going by.
Yeah. Okay. Ain't that the plot to South Central, Jay Ventures? South Central is a movie about gang members and stuff like that. I'm like, damn. Yeah, I'm not risking jail for like none of y'all. Like, I will go to jail for like Mandela or Nelson or Martin or Malcolm ish, not because you got turf war with some nigga across town. Jay Venture said yes. And I'm glad
Did this happen to you, Jay Venture?
No, he just watched the movie. It was like, you know what? Let me run this thought experiment.
Oh.
I'm glad now I got some black people in my chat. Thank you, man. We talking South Central plot lines. Yo, all right, I got another one for y'all. Imagine you got fired on your day off and you're sitting on your front porch smoking weed with your homie and the neighborhood bully comes and tries to bully your friend while you're high, do you give up your chain? Or do you fucking try to fight the bully? Or act like you ain't got the chain? I'm talking about Friday. This is the plot for Friday. I mean, I'm trying to see how black my audience is. I'm trying to see how black my audience is right now. Oh man. Okay. All right. Anyway, number 8. Your partner is very flirty, almost inappropriately so. You know it's their personality and have no reason to think they're cheating on you, but their flirting makes you feel uncomfortable. Would you end the relationship?
First of all, I'm not going to be with a person that's too flirty, I feel like, because I don't think that's a personality trait, to be honest. Really? Because like one of my best friends is like super friendly person, but I don't think she ever comes off as flirty.
Really?
Like she talks to everyone, anyone, whether like their sex or whatever. And she, like, I'd be like going to the bathroom and then next second I come and they're having like this deep conversation. But I don't see how you can like justify that as flirting. So I think that's a excuse, honestly, for people who are kind of considering options. Honestly, I don't know.
I feel like
I can differentiate between friendly, over friendly even, and flirting.
I think the word flirty is, I hate this word, but problematic, because there's some people that are charismatic, you know?
Yeah.
And like, you know, growing up, my dad was like that. Now, my dad is a bad example because he did do a lot of creeping, you know, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But, you know, it naturally has the ability to sort of like talk to people. He has like that southern down home charm. You know what I mean? You know?
Yeah.
I know you're so tired. You tired?
No, I'm okay.
You can like sit on that side.
No, I'm fine. Tell me.
Anyway, but like he can naturally like talk to people. And the thing is, you know, because of his job, he has to be like personable with like men and women.
Yeah.
And so, you know, I could understand why that would make a woman uncomfortable, like just a man sparking up a conversation with some woman at the bank.
Yeah.
But that's just sort of like how the Southern culture is to some extent. And that's just sort of like how his personality is. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel like if my partner is like that though, then he has to compensate that by like treating me extra nice in public or something like that, or in our private time. I don't know. Like maybe it's my insecurity or just like me not being, you know, 100% self-confident and stuff like that. But if he's going to be like having that sort of charisma over other women, then he needs to like, I don't know, talk about me or, you know, tell me I'm pretty and stuff like that all the time to compensate for that.
I think the only way to compensate for that is like, you know, in every conversation that you have, not every conversation, but with women that you don't know, mention your girlfriend or wife, whatever. Yeah. That's
like,
it.
If I see that happening, then I wouldn't feel as uncomfortable in general.
But I feel like, you know, because women love to laugh so much, they say, I want a funny guy. As soon as they see a man that can make another woman laugh, they get real jealous and territorial and stuff like that. So like Joey, like they're showing Joey from Friends right here in the gift. And Joey has sort of like a natural charisma and charm. You know, some women might think that's flirty, but that's just Joey being Joey. Like,
I mean, the thing is like, if we're in a group or if like, you know, there's another woman with us and we're like a friend group or whatever, and then you're making her laugh, I wouldn't feel self-conscious about that because we're in a group.
Right.
But, you know, if I don't know how I would know that when I'm not around you, but I don't know if I hear like other people or your friends or my friends telling that like, oh, Simon is like super flirtatious with like this lady or that lady or whatever, then I would feel suspicious. But yeah, in general, in group settings, I wouldn't be triggered by that.
Yeah, definitely.
What about you?
Like you making other people laugh and men and stuff like that?
Me being very flirty, but almost inappropriately so.
But see, I don't know, because I feel like women's flirty is like laughing at other men's jokes obsessively, but men's flirty is just being charismatic and funny. It says
almost inappropriately so it could be like touching too.
Okay, yeah, don't be touching on other people. No, none of that. None of that. Even if you're laughing at something, nothing so funny to make you touch a nigga. Don't touch him. Don't touch him. Ain't no touching for that.
Okay, so it's a no
for Simon.
Would I end the relationship? No, I'd probably like check you. But if that's your personality type, then I guess we just don't gel.
Yeah.
I would say.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I can't also be like having you touch a woman.
BuzzFeed was wild. They just put in wild like gifs in here.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Your sex life is bad, not just mediocre. It's terrible. You just don't seem compatible in bed at all, no matter how many times you tried. Would you end the relationship? 1, 2, 3. Yes. Yeah. Definitely. Because
there's something missing there. Like I feel like if you're incompatible in bed, then that's like something more than just sexuality. I would feel like I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like nothing makes me feel worse than like having bad sex because, bad sex to me is like when obviously she's not feeling it and when I can't get up, right?
Yeah.
And usually I can't get up if she's just not arousing me in the right way. And it might not even be her in particular. It just might be, she doesn't turn me on, right? Yeah. It could be something so small like a pheromone or like a smell or even just, I don't know.
No, I mean, occasionally I would say like that's fine. But if you're just like whole sex life is terrible and bad and it's never getting up and all of that, like that's just sad.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
And I'm not doing that. Like,
yeah.
I'm definitely not doing
that. Absolutely. So shout out to Avery Adams. He jumped into the chat. He said, been MIA, taking a social media detox. We'll be back soon. I hope y'all are well and salute to the chat. Shout out to Avery. He's our in-home mod. Y'all act up. He's going to smack y'all around. But yeah, you got to keep your sex life. You got to have a good sex life to make that relationship work. Yeah. But yeah, if it's really, really bad, that brings down your self-esteem because it makes you feel like you're not attractive.
Yeah. Because also I feel like sex in your relationship is something to, it's something fun that you have in your relationship.
Yeah.
So if that's not fun, then I don't know what it is.
Right. And remember, guys, this is a square channel and the best sex is married sex. I'm so lame. I'm lame. I'm big lame. This is big lame energy, man. All right. Anyway. Okay. So after dating for a couple of weeks, you make plans for your partner to meet your best friend. Afterwards, your friends pulls you to one side and explains that they don't like your partner at all. Would you end the relationship?
No.
I feel like you would if like all your girlfriends said, we hate Simon. And like they all come together and had like a big intervention, pulled out PowerPoints and notes about like why Simon is bad. I feel like you would break up. No. Yes, you would.
No, but I think it also depends on what they're saying too.
Like
what?
Like what are they saying?
Like, are they making solid points about certain things? Then yeah.
Okay, let's say
if they're like, girl, can't you see like he's always flirting with other women, or I don't know, he does not respect you at all, or he treats you like shit all the time, can't you see it? Then I'm gonna be thinking about that. I'm not gonna end my relationship based on that, but I'm gonna be thinking like, okay, like, am I not seeing something that they are seeing? So yeah, but if they're just like, oh, we don't like him, then I'm not gonna take that seriously.
Like slide one of the PowerPoint is like, your best friend talking like, we know he's not a cheater and we know he's generally good. But then she clicks like the slide pointer and it's just like a picture of my head. And then they say, but his head is 3 times larger than the average male's. This is weird. This is odd. We don't like it. Then like your next friend comes and says, when I first met him, he's cool, but he has like these little cracks under his front teeth. He obviously does not take care of his dental. That's weird. That's gross. We don't like it. Next friend comes and they just tear me apart bit by bit, like atom by atom.
No, I'm not gonna take that seriously. If it's about like outer looks and stuff, I can love whatever I want. Go fuck yourself.
All right.
What about you?
If your friends said that they just didn't like you at all, I find it very hard that anybody doesn't like you because you're like the most likable person I've ever met. Like literally, I can't see how anybody could hang around you and be like, I don't like acting. Because you are literally like the best person I've ever met. But If they did,
like, let's say we went back to Louisiana and you see like your old homies and stuff like that, and maybe like, let's say even your brother, and they're just like saying like there's something like weird about like acting, like it's something that's like just not clicking. What? I don't know.
I feel like I know you, and maybe they just don't know you, and maybe it's just a misunderstanding. Either way, I'm gonna stand by you and defend you. Like maybe the only reason maybe they would say like that they didn't like you is maybe because like, oh, because of like, what she did in her past or what she was like in her past and stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Because
I don't have shady past.
No, but like exactly, you know what I'm talking about. Like, all right, no, we did the body count. We already did the body count episode. So some guys are like, oh, if your girl has a higher body count than you, then that's not a girl you should be with or marry.
Oh, okay.
You get what I'm saying?
Okay.
Now, I honestly don't care about that, but I think maybe some of my friends might say, no, that's, you get what I'm saying? But that's some men, and that's going to be everywhere in the world.
Yeah.
Okay. So Mad Villainy says, I'm on the dark side. I don't have normie relationships. I have no idea what that means, and that's scary. I'm scared.
Are all of those things acceptable in your relationship?
I don't have normie relationships. What do you mean by that?
Like normal, I guess.
Yeah, but what do you... I'm on the dark side. What do you...
It's like Delulu.
What is Delulu?
It's like delusional, but people say Delulu. I'm Delulu.
Oh, yo, Gen Z is horrible. If there are Gen Z people here, please leave the chat. If you are Gen Z,
the Delulu life. How to be Delulu in 2024.
All right, we're gonna get the Gen Z out of here. Delulu. What is Delulu?
It's like a fun way of saying delusional.
Who says that? Yo, you have to be born after the year 2000 to say Delulu. Me as a grown man, I feel whack. I feel whack just saying that.
You're Delulu.
I'm Delulu, but okay. All right, your partner.
Not Delulu.
It's not Delulu. Mad Villain is a Gen Z
See,
too.
he likes it.
We got the Zoomers in the chat.
How old are you, Mad?
That's crazy.
Anyway.
All right. Your partner talks about their ex a lot. They've assured you they're 100% over their relationship. Okay, he's Gen X. Mad Villainy is born in like before 1985, I think. I don't know. When does Gen Z begin? When the mass, how can I say this, diagnosis of autism began. So let's say like the year 1995, 96, basically when every kid was born with like lead in their bodies, that was way above the normal amount.
I think it begins after 99. But Simon won't accept me in millennium.
If you didn't have a MySpace, you're Gen Z.
I didn't.
Exactly. You're Gen Z. All right. So
what the hell is MySpace? I don't know.
Exactly.
I know, like I've heard about it, but I don't know what it does.
Ozzy says, damn, he's Gen Z. He ain't got a MySpace. He either has I'm joking with you, Ozzy, but he either never had a MySpace or he has autism.
Stop calling people autistic, Simon. You're autistic.
Okay. All right. So, all right. Your partner talks about their ex a lot. They've assured you they're 100% over the relationship and would never get back with them. But the topic keeps coming up. Would you end the relationship? Yeah.
Yes, me too. I would end it because, if you're constantly talking about your ex, then there's definitely some issues there that you didn't resolve. So I'm not going through that.
Yeah. Talking about their ex could be like they're like working through like the trauma of it.
Yeah, but I mean, it's cool if we talk about your ex and we have like a deep conversation about it. And then, I don't know, we talk about it once a month or something because you have like that energy, you're charged up and you just want to rant. That's fine, maybe. But if you're talking about it like every time we drink or something like that, then that's a problem.
I see.
And also like if you compare me to your ex and stuff like that, like if you say, oh, this is what I used to do with my ex. Like, I'm not doing that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or my ex didn't used to do that and stuff like that.
Yeah. Stop mentioning your ex. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I mention my exes sometimes, but it's like jokes and stuff like that. And I'm never like lusting after them. It's just like I'm talking about what I learned from them and stuff.
Yeah.
But I feel like
you
you're
don't
cool
talk about your ex a lot.
No, but I mean, at the beginning of our relationship, I kind of made jokes about like the devil and stuff like that.
I mean, yeah, but then also I feel like it's important to talk about your past relationships, and that's what we were doing. We were learning about each other's past.
Yeah,
I was talking about my past too. So, yeah.
I mean, honestly, making those jokes about the devil and telling you about what happened helped me like work through some of the trauma of that, though.
Yeah.
So that's why I don't want to be so harsh and say I'd end the relationship right there, because a person might grow out of that, and if they're with you in this relationship and they're talking about it, it's better than them keeping it inside. And you don't want to push people away from talking about it deeply,
I guess. But I would definitely like let them know I'm kind of uncomfortable.
Yeah.
With this much mentioning of exes.
Yeah. So Ozzy says, I was told MySpace wasn't safe. My first social media was Facebook back in 2008. So Ozzy, if you hopped on Facebook back in 2008, that means you got that invite, because that 2008 Facebook was exclusive. I remember when I got that Facebook invite, bro, I was like cool kid for at least 3 days, because only about 5 people in the school had that Facebook invite. My girlfriend from West Monroe sent it to me. She's like, hey, let's get on Facebook. I'm like, why do I want to put my face in more books? I already got too much homework. She's like, no, it's a website and it's invite only. And we just gossip about people. I'm like, okay, all right, cool. If that's what you want to do. Then I joined Facebook. And then all we used to do was poke each other. I swear to God, she was like, I poked you. Why didn't you poke me back? I'm like, bitch.
Wow.
What are we talking about? Y'all remember the Facebook pokes? Did anybody do the Facebook pokes?
Yeah.
That was so annoying. Like I would log in and have like 7 pokes. And I'm like, God, I gotta poke all these motherfuckers. What's the point of the poke? Yeah. What was the Facebook poke for? It was a joke. It's a total joke.
Very silly.
It was a joke. And Facebook, I don't get how Facebook blew up over MySpace, because MySpace had music. MySpace had like top friends. MySpace had like, everybody was on it. You get what I'm saying? MySpace was kind of popping. You get what I'm saying? Anyway, I'm sorry I'm ranting. This is old mother effer talk. All right. Nelson Moreno says, Simon, could you review We Are Who Are? It's only 1 season. I would love to have the discussions. Absolutely. I've been thinking about doing a series review, but preferably like a 1 season special, something like Beef, or something like The Good Lord Bird, or something like, I don't know, what was that HBO show we watched about the hotel where everybody dies? When people go on vacations and one person dies at the end of the season.
Oh yeah.
White Lotus. Yeah. I was thinking about doing a show, like a series like that. If anybody's seen The Good Lord Bird, you got to check that out. Excellent show about John Brown, and Ethan Hawke absolutely nails it. And it's the show that describes racism perfectly. It's so good. But yeah, We Are Who Are. I don't,
we are who we are.
We are who we are. Okay. So yeah, we might check that out. Nelson Moreno.
Yeah, I added that to my list last time you mentioned it.
Yeah, but Nelson Moreno, if you got any movie recommendations, send them our way. We're taking all recommendations. Y'all go check out the Trading Places review, Mrs. Mandela review, the Bottoms review. I just dropped those today, and those are really good as well. All right. Let's just jump into these last few questions. Sorry, you're so tired, boo.
It's okay.
Yeah? All right. According to a sociologist, I don't know if that's a movie or if you're referring to me, but thank you. I'll pop my collar to that. All right. You and your partner sit down to have a serious conversation about where your relationship is going, and you realize they don't want to ever get married. Would you end the relationship? For me, I want to hear your answer. All right. 1, 2, 3. Yes.
I don't know about this one, but probably yes for me too. Sorry.
Really? But, I mean, before you met me, you were okay with never being married.
Yeah, but when I met you, I knew I was going to be married.
Oh, that's cute.
But yeah, if you very strictly want different things in life, then I feel like there's really like no meaning in like just going through with that relationship and hoping one side would change their idea. If you're like just very strict on that, because yeah,
Yeah, I feel like, at least for me, I like being
same with kids. Sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead. I mean, if the person said it's different, you know. If somebody said that they didn't want kids, I would kind of be okay with that. If somebody said they didn't want to be married, I would not be okay with that. Mm-hmm. You know, and that's okay for different people.
Yeah, no, I'm saying like if you want different outcome with kids, let's say one of them is strictly saying no kids and one of them is saying I want kids. Mm-hmm. And I feel like that's kind of dumb to just like, you know, try to change the other person if they're just like very, you know, clear about their position.
Yeah. They don't want to ever get married. I mean, that might change, you know, over time, but I can understand somebody saying it's just a piece of paper. But, you know, when it comes to stuff like, you know, traveling or hospital visits or insurance, life insurance, and, you know, I think it's important to be married to help make those things more official.
I mean, the thing is, like, even if you don't believe in marriage, like, I don't still to this day really believe in like the legal marriage. And I do think it's a piece of paper, but I love you and, you know, I would do anything for you. So I would get married for you because I already feel like when we were dating and living in Istanbul and stuff, I already felt like I was married to you, honestly.
Yeah. And, you know, we wouldn't be together right now in Hungary if we weren't married. I mean, sure, we could have stayed boyfriend and girlfriend forever, but how I'm legally here is, you know, because of the visa. It makes things easier if you want to stay together and you are legally married. But yeah, Nelson Moreno says, have you guys seen the movie Irreversible? The most disturbing movie I've ever seen. See, I like recommendations like that. When somebody says it's the most something I've ever seen, I know it's good. So, no, I don't think I've ever seen it, but that's going to be on the list too. We got a lot of movies to check out and look at. So, yeah, we're going to jump into that. Okay. Let's see.
Is it by Gaspar Noé as well?
Is this a French movie, Nelson? You got to let us know.
Same director that did Climax.
Okay, so another crazy movie like Climax. Nelson Moreno's trying to ruin our evening. Okay.
Crime drama thriller.
Okay. So we might check it out, but let us know if it's the French one from Gaspar Noé. All right. Number 13. Your partner always makes fun of you in front of people in an attempt to make everybody else laugh. You don't really think much of it to begin with, but it soon becomes a regular occurrence. Would you end the relationship? So basically
yeah. I would. I mean, it's one thing, like, yeah, I can goof around, make banter. And, you know, make fun of you occasionally and stuff like that. But, yeah, if it's always happening, then that's kind of effed up.
Makes fun of me in front of other people? No, that's not cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I could take a joke, but I got to roast back. I mean, you got to let me roast back. I got to get back on you.
Yeah.
And
like, I don't know, if conversations about fart and then I make a joke about you, like, I feel like you will be able to take that and then throw it back at me or something. I don't know.
No, like
little things are fine, but if you're just constantly bashing them,
it has to be like some etiquette in roasting. Like you roast me, I roast you. We do that back and forth maybe 3 times max. All right.
Yeah.
You got to let it go. Yeah. But, I don't know. So. Yeah, I would probably end the relationship if she really wants to be a comedian. Like, okay, go do stand-up. All right.
How many questions are there?
Well, only 2 left.
Okay.
All right. If you're tired, I can, hold it down.
Let's finish the questions.
Okay. All right. Sorry. All right. So your partner has 0 drive and ambition. They have a job, but no desire to work towards a promotion or bettering themselves. And they just seem to be very lazy. Would you end the relationship?
Are we answering at the same time?
All right. 1, 2, 3. Yes. Yeah. 0 drive. I'm thinking of a girl with 0. A girl with 0 drive is a succubus. A girl with
it's a sex doll.
No, she is going to drain you and your resources and your life and time. And you might say, oh, that's a trophy wife. But no, I don't want to marry, the Instagram thought who doesn't even want to post. The thing is, people want to hate on the Instagram girls, but they be working hard. They got to fly to Colombia. They got to inject that saline in their ass. They got to post like 17 pictures a day. You know what I'm saying?
You gotta get the selfie right.
You gotta
know how much time it takes.
Dog, they be taking like their phones, literally their phone storage. They're the reason Google stays in business because it's just data storage of Instagram thoughts taken.
They have like 700 selfies a day,
and they imagine sifting through all of them trying to find the right one.
Yeah,
I didn't clench my cheeks enough. You get what I'm saying? It's not. Yeah, if you're lazy, if you have no goals, ambitions, that's bad. Yeah. All right. So JS Venture says, Simon, is it normal for girls to not do much during sex and get tired quickly? I don't know what else he said. Hold up. Or is it only girls in their 20s? Nigga, who are you fucking? That's a wild question.
So the ladies in their 30s and 40s and 50s are just like doing splits and shit?
Yeah, that's wild. Usually when they're in their 20s, they be wild. I don't know. I be hearing horror stories. I mean, my wife is in her 20s, right? You know, she's 25, right? So, you know, the guys, you know, the comedians be saying, oh, these new girls be doing all this stuff they see in porn. They be like, ride that daddy, like all sorts of wild stuff, like the spit in my mouth daddy. Like what? Like I didn't experience that when I was out in the streets, but no, they didn't get tired quickly for me. I don't know.
I feel like I do my fair share of like physical activity.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I do my fair share too. I mean, it's 50-50.
Yeah.
We both do our part. But that's funny, JS Ventures. That's a funny question. I'm not trying to roast you. But I don't know who's doing that. Nelson Moreno. Nelson, JS, these guys. I love the chat. Chat is great. You and your partner have been watching a Netflix series together. You find out that they watched the season finale without you. Would you end the relationship?
Yes.
No, y'all only women be tripping on that.
No, I wouldn't end the relationship, but I do get upset with you when you watch stuff without me.
Yeah, I did finish The Boys because I was just like, let me just blow through this because you know what I mean. I just like because The Boys is so easily digestible and mind numbing after a long day of work. You don't really have to think much about it. I was just like, let me turn this on because I don't want to have to. You know, wait and like set it all
I mean, it's not something that I would even start a fight about, so it's not that important.
Yep. All right, so I think we hit our record for the longest stream I've ever done on my channel. That was dope. Give me a high five, acting.
Oh, that was a bad high five.
All right, she's a bit turned. Yeah, we watched Gen V. Gen V was really dope. I thought Gen V was actually better than The Boys to some extent.
Really?
I like Gen V because I like the new characters. I like how Gen V was like raunchy and raw, and they showed like a different side of the Boys universe. I like Gen V a lot.
I liked it too. I thought it was cool.
Yeah. Okay. What shows to recommend watching right now? I'm not watching a lot of shows. When I just want to chill, I'm watching Family Guy right now. Mm-hmm. I'm like watching Family Guy every night. I wish there was a new season of South Park. I'm watching some other like really bad cartoon show, Crapopolis. I'm watching Crapopolis. It's like this really bad cartoon show, but it's just good mind-numbing stuff.
It's bad. I like it.
It's okay. It's like it's okay funny. It's like
I'm watching The Handmaid's Tale.
Okay,
that's like I don't know. I think it's HBO or something.
I mean, she watches more series than me, so if you got some good series recommendations.
I mean, that's the one I'm watching right now. But yeah, it's from the novel Margaret Atwood's novel, and I think I like it. It's the dystopian like world stuff. If you're into that.
Yeah, I didn't finish the last season of Black Mirror, but of course Black Mirror is always great. I just, I don't really just turn on Netflix. I'm like watching stuff on like movies to watch and stuff like that because it's just easier and free and cheaper and everything on Netflix is there too.
Simon's favorite show is Snowfall. Go watch that.
I mean, I did watch all of Snowfall, but that was before on my channel I was doing movie and media reviews. But
we also watched P-Valley. That was pretty good too if you didn't see that.
P-Valley is I really like P-Valley.
Yeah.
I really, really like P-Valley. Some people might say that's zesty. I don't care. I mean, it's really, if you're really from the South, when you watch P-Valley, it makes you feel like, whoa, they really captured the South. Like, for real. But Snowfall is just a different animal. Like, Franklin is a beast. And I really think Damson Idris is up next. Damson Idris is our generation's, like, he could be our Denzel or whatever, but he's got to get that opportunity. If Damson doesn't get that opportunity in the next 4 or 5 years, the crown's gonna go to somebody else. But I really think he's up next. For real. That's my opinion, though. But yeah, I think we're gonna wrap up this stream. Thank you, everybody. Oh yeah, I'm gonna wrap it up now. But I want to say shout out to everybody who was rocking with me. Shout out to Nelson Moreno. Shout out to Mad Villainy. Shout out to JS Ventris. Shout out to Avery Adams.
Shout out to Ozzy.
Shout out to Ozzy, Big Oz. Shout out to Luca Brazzi. Shout out to who else? 41 Average. That's 412-8190. His name sounds like a phone number for like a drugs hotline or something. Who else came in here?
There was that crazy guy who was talking about
KL. What else? Who else was in here? Somebody at the very beginning.
Donnie Williams.
Yeah, long chat. Donnie Williams jumped in here. A lot of people came through and showed love. Nelson Moreno, see you next time. Peace. Have a great week. We'll come and chop it up with y'all. Y'all leave comments for anything y'all want us to discuss. As always, movie reviews, all that good stuff. Political commentary coming this week. I'm turning up this week because fuck Tim Loban.